All right, everyone, it is 2:02 p.m. on today, Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And now I would like to invite Clerk Rodriguez to do roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Mayberry. I'm here. Vice President Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Here.
And Student Representative Deason.
Here.
Madam President, we've got a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And welcome, Arabelle. It's great to have you. All right. Shortly, we will learn more about this gentleman's story, and we are incredibly honored to have him with us. He personifies service to this district and our community, and in a moment, you will understand why I use those words to describe him. In the meantime, Mr. Richard Peraldo, would you please lead us in our nation's pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their district homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for generations, for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. All right, everyone, so that brings us through the end of Section 1, and it brings us over to Section 2, which is our consent agenda items. And at this time, we have items 2.02 through to 2.11. And are there any trustees interested in pulling any of these items? All right, seeing no items for pull, are there any general comments for these items?
I do, but I'll defer to you because we're on the same topic.
We do, and we will offer public comment here in a moment. All right, so just so everyone knows, here in the public and on the dais, we'll be considering all of these items together. One of the things that we've tried to do so the public is aware is if we just have a comment on something, we don't necessarily have to pull it as like a whole standalone item. We can just make that comment. So my comment for these items, it relates to consent agenda item 2.07. This is the lease around the Rise building. And I just wanted to point out that when I was interested in advancing the timeline for the administration building, situations like this is exactly why I did that. Now, in this case, Rise is going to be co-located in our new Debbie Smith CTE Academy, but we have many, many locations around the community that we're paying leases on, and this is just one of those examples. And I just wanted to point that out because people have wondered why I have such a priority on a new admin building, and I do want to point out that there's savings associated with that as well. And Trustee Church, I know you wanted to opine as well.
Certainly. I could just say ditto, but yeah, I'll opine. Basically, we need a new admin building. The Oversight Capital Projects Committee, as I recall, said fine, but that's got to wait about a year while we do other projects. I really do think it's a priority that we need to look at for money savings. Obviously, this building, I think, was built in the 1960s, and it's obviously, look at the people here, it's too small for the current needs. So we definitely need an admin building. When we say admin, what does that mean? It could mean a number of things, from some educational opportunities, teacher, staff housing, administrative offices, who knows? But it's got lots of potential that we need to have an architect look at. So yeah, the sooner the better on that. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on any of these items?
John Eppolito for consent agenda items 2.04, 2.05, 2.08, and 2.11.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Eppolito. No rush at all. Don't worry.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher and a member of Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. In the consent agenda, there's another $3.3 million for student laptops. You might be getting some money for that. There's an additional $267,000 for more student software. I think we're over $10 million per year now for student software. We can't get a straight answer from the attorney, but that's okay. Some colleges, their teachers refuse to use Turnitin. That's one of the things you're going to approve in a minute. I can't recall why the teachers won't allow it. I know why I did not allow my high school students to use it, and I requested their teachers not turn the papers in to Turnitin. iReady is going to come up in the presentation in a little while. 2 pillars of your 4-pillar plan to improve the quality of education focus on iReady. And I'm guessing nobody really Googled iReady and saw that the Google reviews show it as a 1.6 out of 5 stars. It's terrible software. And then I thought, well, Google has education software too. Theirs is free. Of course, it's free because they care about the education of the kids, not because they're collecting data on the kids, in sarcasm. Then I went to the Apple store to see what they had to say about it, and they weren't much better, even in the Apple store. 2.3 stars out of 5 for iReady. That's what you guys are going to talk about today, is how you're going to improve education. I guess you guys don't look at this stuff in advance. I'm not sure. So by now, most people who are paying attention realize screens do not improve student performance. Yet the district keeps doubling and tripling down on putting kids in front of screens. In just a moment, you all will be approving another $163,000 for another overpaid pre-K3 coordinator. Couldn't that $163,000 be used to hire 3 new teachers? I don't know if you guys don't look at this or don't care or what. Last weekend, I ran into 2 administrators from Washoe County. They both thanked me for my comments at these meetings. My daughter was president in one of these meetings when the admin was telling my daughter what good work I was doing. Of course, I asked my daughter if she was taking notes. I told the admin the only thing my daughter said about this when she was in high school is, "Dad, please don't email my teachers." Washoe County Commission, I just came from that meeting this morning. They put back on initial public comments, and you guys should do the same thing. The fact that we don't have initial public comments at this meeting is a travesty. And it's been way too long, and I know when it came off, 2 of the board members here were for it.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
All right. All right, so to bring it back here, I see a couple lights on. We'll start with Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.11.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no other lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, that closes out our consent agenda item, and now we'll move on to Section 3, our items for presentation, discussion, and information and/or action. And we'll start with item 3.01, and this is where we get to meet our leader of today's allegiance. This item is a discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to waive the requirements of Board Policy 7110, naming of schools and other district facilities, and approve the renaming of the gymnasium at North Valleys High School in honor of basketball coach, athletic director, and special education teacher Richard Peraldo, based on special circumstances. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome with their, I love the shirts, we welcome our Associate Chief for this area, Lauren Ford, and our Principal of North Valleys High School, Tomas Macaluso, who is also new to his role in this year too. So welcome. This is your first time being here presenting in that role. And we look forward to hearing from you.
President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the trustees. Lauren Ford, Secondary Associate Chief for the record. Here with me today on behalf of the North Valleys High School community is Tomas Macalusa, the brand new principal of North Valleys High School. He is here to celebrate Richard Peraldo. Richard and his father, Dick Peraldo, are here today, sitting here. Tomas.
Good afternoon. For the record, Tomas Macaluso, proud principal of North Valleys High School. Richard took over as the head coach in 2010 after 4 years of 4 different head coaches. He also joined the North Valley staff at that time as a special education teacher. And in 2014, he took over as the athletic director, always looking to do a little more to help out. In this role, he elevated all of the athletics and worked to build a culture of success that we are still working on building today. The greatest honor came to him in 2021 when he was named the NIAA 3A Director of the Year. Not only was this award well-deserved, but it was also the school's first state award. Richard has been a champion for his students and athletes for this community for so many years. He's the longest-serving boys basketball coach, the longest-serving athletic director in the school's history. And if it wasn't for the battle of cancer that this poor man has dealt with, he would be doing all of these roles still today. His impact on North Valleys still lives on, and his presence is extremely missed. And so, on behalf of the entire North Valleys community, we are here to ask the Board of Trustees to support the naming of the gymnasium at North Valleys to the Richard Peraldo Gymnasium.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Peraldo to come speak if you would like.
Where do I go, right here?
Mm-hmm. You can technically go anywhere you want. I would give you that authority.
I'm good. I love what I did. I love to teach. I love to coach. I love being the athletic director. It's what I love to do. Everything that I did was always about my students and my athletes. Was never about me. It was what was best for I always called them my student athletes when it came to athletics. I was a special ed teacher because I loved having that individual work with the kids and getting to know the kids. There's still quite a few kids that I talk to today. I have one student that I taught at Dilworth Middle School in 2006 that just texted me the other day, "Hey, Mr. Peraldo, it's Dakota. I'm in town. Want to have lunch?" It's what it's hard. This is what I love to do. I wish I was still doing it. The battle is, I don't know. It was it was last March of 2022. I had my 3rd bout with cancer. Went and visited my doctor after surgery in Stanford. He goes, "You can go back to work May 1st. I was like, "Yes, go back to work May 1st. And then April 28th, I dropped with some internal stuff and was in the hospital for about 6 months. And my goal still that whole time was to come back and work, and then was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. And for the first time in my life, I had to think about myself. But, and that's what I always did. I always thought about everybody else before I thought about myself. And this honor is, I have no words. It wasn't anything that I ever wanted. You know, the athletic director of the year wasn't something that I strived to do. It wasn't, again, it was never about me. It was always about my students. And I miss the halls in North Valleys. It's my family. I have my father, and I have my kids, and I have North Valleys. That's my family. So I thank everybody for everything that they've done, and I miss being part of Washoe County School District, even though deep down I'll always be a teacher, a coach, and an athletic director. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You will always be a part of us. Mr. Peraldo Sr., would you like to say a few words?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you for that. Just so everyone knows, following the motion, we will take a photo with Mr. Peraldo. JJ, can we please do public comment?
Jen Caldwell.
Hi, Ms. Caldwell. Welcome.
I didn't know I was going to have to follow that. But Superintendent Enfield, trustees, colleagues, Jen Caldwell for the record. This is, in fact, my very first public comment ever, and you'll see why in just a second, because I'm not good at this. But today's agenda item, acknowledgement and celebration, is very near and dear to my heart. Richard Peraldo will always be Dickie Peraldo to me. He and I have been friends since we were spunky little 8th graders at Clayton Middle School. We attended high school at McQueen together and have continued our friendship through college, our wild 20s, marriages, children, and divorces, and we're still very close today. In fact, we're getting ready to rock it at our 30-year high school reunion next June. Dickie has not only been there for me throughout the years, but he has also built a fun and unique friendship with my 2 boys, who he has personally taken the time to coach one-on-one basketball so that they could develop their skills and be stronger players. He has offered me advice and support as I've navigated through the special education system with my youngest son, and has spent numerous hours trying to help my oldest son with math, though I think those sessions could have been a bit more productive. You see, both Dickie and Evan love to tell jokes, and sometimes their silliness and contagious laughing interrupted the tutoring. Dickie is a role model in every sense of the word. He has always encouraged me with his positive outlook, sense of humor, and endearing compliments. His battle with cancer has been extremely tough, both physically and emotionally. On many occasions, I have received pictures from him during his stays in the hospital or while at the chemo facility, and in every single picture, he is smiling. He has been a constant reminder to me how precious life is and that we need to live it to the fullest. Basketball has been Dickie's lifelong passion, watching it, playing it, and coaching. Naming the North Valleys High School Gymnasium after Richard Peraldo would not only be the honor he deserves, but will remind students, staff, and families, past, present, and future, how remarkable of a human Mr. Peraldo is. It will remind everyone of life's challenges, but also to never give up the fight, and when possible, to fight with a smile. I am blessed to be here today to commemorate Mr. Peraldo, his work, and his impact on children, and I am beyond thrilled that I get to enjoy this moment with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
I'm trying to keep it together on this one. First, I'd like to say thank you to Principal Macaluso and to the staff for bringing this up. By recognizing and uplifting a team member in this way demonstrates the heart of our school district, and so thank you for your leadership in this. And to Mr. Peraldo, I am honored to vote in support of this. You are a model for what we teach our children, for our reasons for service, and for what we aspire to be in a school district. And I apologize, this also touches me very personally. So on that note, if there's any comments, feel free to put your light on. Otherwise, we'll be looking for a motion on this item, because this is something for our board to approve.
Thank you, Madam President. All I can say is just ditto. I appreciate your service, and I'm honored to make this motion. So I move that the Board of Trustees, sorry. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the renaming of the Gymnasium at North Valleys High School in honor of basketball coach, athletic director, and special education teacher Richard Perlato based on exigent circumstances.
Second.
All right, motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Seeing no discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you for that. All right, now we will move on to item 3.02, another exciting presentation. This presentation is for possible action to approve and ratify the collective bargaining agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Support Professionals for a term of agreement from 2023 to 2027. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome the group that we have here. Our presenter today will be our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo, and we are also honored to have co-presenters and guests, Tammy Hansen, Sarah Lucy, Patrick Peterson, all of WESP, Lisa Romero from the Nevada State Education Association, and also Brian Lee from the Nevada State Education Association. So thank you so much for being here. We look forward to hearing from you. And now, Mr. Rombardo, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, trustees. Good afternoon. So I'm filling in for Dr. Mason, and proud to do so. I have here with me today my colleague, Kevin Pick, the General Counsel from our office who handles labor and negotiations. So I'm thrilled to be here to introduce this agreement to all of you, and this is our first agreement, so we're excited to get this CBA done, and we really appreciate the folks from WESP and their entire negotiations team for for entering into this agreement. So if we can move on to slide 2. Back one. Thanks, Kevin. So as you all know, our promise is we will know every student by name, strength, and needs so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. And I think from my perspective in looking at this, we today are having a CBA with our second largest association, and this association is made up of folks like food service professionals, bus drivers, classroom aides, clerical staff, painters, carpenters, different folks throughout the district. And I could go on and on. This is a huge group. But really, it takes all of these folks to help our children succeed. And so this fits in perfect essence with our promise to all of our students to enter into this agreement. And so that being said, I'm going to turn this over. And I would like to, although the president did it, I did want to recognize WESP, and I also wanted to tell them thank you so much for their professional negotiations. This is what happens when groups get together and they're positive and collaborative, and you end up getting really fair deals that recognize their hard work and also recognize our duty of balancing the taxpayers' interests as well. So it's an exciting time, and I'm excited to be a part of this. So I'll turn this over to Kevin to lead the way on the details.
Thank you, Chief Rombardo, and thank you, Superintendent Enfield, President Smith, Board, Kevin Pick for the records. My job here is to go through kind of the highlights of the tentative agreement that's been reached with WESP. And I'd like to start out in a summary of the agreement. It's a 4-year contract, and it provides a significant amount of compensation increases for WESP members here at the district. And throughout the process, we also did some much-needed contract cleanup. It's just the nature of collective bargaining agreements that over the years, contracts are written and overwritten, and at a certain amount of time, you need to do a line-by-line review of what was the intent behind each provision, what's the language in each provision, and that's what we did here with WESP. So as far as the compensation changes, there's 4 cost of living adjustments we're looking at on each year of the 4-year contract. First year is a 13.2% cost of living adjustment for fiscal year 2024, which is the current fiscal year. That'll be retroactive to July 1st, 2023. Then you'll see it's 2% cost of living adjustments for each of the 2 years remaining in the 4-year contract. And I do want to point out that there are asterisks after fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. And what we were able to do with WESP, because we had a longer contract, we were able to put in what we've been referring to as guardrails to help us be able to provide those 2% cost of living adjustments. And what the guardrails really do is if in years 3 and 4, because it's difficult to know what the economic situation is in years 3 and 4, and it's difficult to know what the state's budget will be during the next legislative session. These guardrails will protect the district and provide incentives to WESP for their agreement to do a longer contract. So if general revenues decrease below a certain threshold, then years 3 and 4 COLAs will automatically adjust down accordingly. And on the opposite side, if general fund revenues increase above a certain threshold, there'll be a limited reopening of compensation for years 3 and 4. Now, the next one I want to mention here is SB 231, and SB 231 was passed during the last legislative session, and it provides matching funds from the state for cost of living adjustments for this year and next year. And so it's approximately a 4% match from SB 231, or up to a 4% match, and the WESP employees will receive a match, in this case, of approximately 4% for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Now, what we've also done, apart from SB 231, apart from the COLAs, is we've also negotiated signing and retention bonuses for this group for SPED, aides, and assistants. And these, from what I've been told, are particularly hard to fill jobs. New employees in these positions will get a $3,000 signing bonus if they commit to stay in that position for 2 years. Current employees in that SPED aides and assistant positions will get a $1,500 retention bonus at the end of this school year and an additional $1,500 one-time bonus at the end of next school year. And these bonuses are a non-recurring costs covered by the general fund's fund balance and or cost savings. Final slide is other changes in the tentative agreement that I want to mention are we were able to streamline the grievance process and make the process consistent with how other units treat the grievance process here at the district. We were able to clarify existing deadlines and provide several measures that allow cost savings on both sides as part of the grievance process. So those are the highlights, and thank you very much.
And President Smith, I should have mentioned, I'd be remiss not to point out our negotiation team too. Several folks are here. Kevin Pick, Anthony Spots, Tiffany McMaster. I don't think Jeff Bozzo's in here, but Jeff Bozzo was part of the team. And of course, Anthony Hall and Kate Shum, who I don't see in here as well. But at least that's our team as well. And they also did a fantastic job on this. So with that being said, we're looking for the board to approve this agreement.
Wonderful. I have a few questions, and then I'd like to invite our representatives to also come up. So if we could go, I think it's to slide 4 and 5 about the SB 231 match and then the yearly breakdowns, just so everyone at home who's following along effectively, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that 13.2, so that's the cost of living adjustments, but we anticipate that 4% match from the state, which brings the potential for the year one adjustment to be 17.2 in total, correct? Again, waiting for the state to clarify that final amount.
That's right. It would, the SB 231 money would be on top of 4% on top of the 13.2.
Okay, very good. And also for everyone else that's following along, because SB 231 is new for us too. So even though we have a 4-year contract, the reason why that's not factored in going forward is because that needs to be re-upped by each legislative group, each session. So just so everyone is following along with that. Are there any clarifying questions before I invite some of the members of our group to come up? Because we would love to hear from you. I don't know who wants to go first. You don't all have to come, but it was suggested to me, this was not my own great idea. You are our partners, and we want to hear from you. We're not talking at you. This has been a with you process, and we would love to hear about this contract, your organization, and how we are elevating our professional environment through this work that we're very grateful to you for.
Thank you, President Smith and the honorable members of the school board. When we launched the Time for 20 campaign at NSCA and with our 34 different affiliates throughout the state, including WESP, few thought that we'd be able to be here today to announce that we are receiving over 20% in the next contract. While we were unable to attain all of our goals, which included a $20 minimum wage and a classroom size of no more than 20 students in core classes, we will be going to the next legislative session with all of our allies, including the 16 school boards and school districts which have joined in the campaign to push forward for what is best for our students. So I'm joined here today by Tammy Hansen, Sarah Lucy, and Patrick Peterson, who serve as our negotiations team for WESP. As was discussed by Mr. Lombardo, ESPs, as we call them, also known as support staff, educational support professionals, form the backbone of every school district in this state. They are the custodial staff, they are the secretaries, they are the people who work in finance, they are the teachers' aides, they are the people without whom the rest of the school would not function. And as an aside, people think of school districts, they frequently believe that teachers are the largest groups. And while that is true in some of our counties, it's not true in all of our counties, in fact. In many school districts, our ESPs outnumber our teaching staff. So it takes a whole community to educate our students. So we would first like to thank the Washoe County School District and the members of the board specifically who came out in support of our Time for 20 campaign to ensure that you had the resources necessary to provide an excellent public education to all students here in Washoe County. And we would also like to thank you for your understanding that while we were unable to attain every part of our goal, you were able to put in triggers, including a Me Too clause in the out years that allow us to keep parity with our certified teaching staff. That was not in one of the slides, so I just want to bring special note to that. Thus codifying in our contract the board's longstanding policy of treating all bargaining units the same. And we look forward to working with you in the next legislative session, securing the assistance that we need from the state to fully fund education for all Nevada students and all those in Washoe County. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee.
Anyone else with a
Welcome.
Thank you for having us here today. You know, I am a 23-year-old secretary at Greenbrae Elementary, and this is my first ever board meeting, and it was also my first ever round of negotiations. So I just want to start and thank all of you guys for your participation. Like Brian mentioned, we had a North Star goal in negotiations, and it was the Time for 20 goal. And I really believe with the support of Washoe County School District and Superintendent Enfield that we got there. And you guys really understand the important role that ESPs play in our district. And so I just want to thank you all for allowing us to be a part of the negotiation team and for allowing us to be a part of this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the district. You are already leaving a mark.
I just want to add one final thing before I turn it back over to the board. And this is my moment in the spotlight, so I might as well take it.
Go for it. There's no timer this way, which, by the way, is by design. These are our partners, everyone, and we want to hear from you.
Our members most recently ratified their part of the contract by over 90%. And as is common, I've been in negotiations. I've negotiated over 100 contracts with various governmental bodies, primarily. I also did some private contracts. And once a contract is ratified, you start to get the thank yous from the members about how this contract is a life-changing, this contract in particular is a life-changing contract. Not in that the amount of money is overly significant, but I have received emails from members who say that now they are finally going to be able to afford that one last visit to their grandmother who's in hospice, something that they weren't able to afford before. Now they're going to be in the position where they can supply a college education for their children. That is why I do what I do. That is why the bargaining team does what they do as well. Because, and that's why I understand the board and the rest of the administration here at Washoe County School District also do what they do, and, on the labor relations side at least. That we do, through this contract, we are going to be able to change some people's lives in good and positive ways. Because what is more important than the money is the respect and dignity that comes with being recognized. To know that you have that ability to make that one final visit, to have that ability to put your child through college, to have that ability to have safety and security for your children. So that is what we were able to accomplish together, working together. That was the main thrust of the Time for 20 campaign, and we hope to work forward with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all. And hopefully in a moment, we'll be able to celebrate with you in a photo. So something that I'd like to share here is that one of the things that I always bring us back to is that our board and our district put on its legislative platform that compensating our staff as valued professionals was a priority. I'm incredibly proud and grateful to our negotiation team and to WESP for meeting us with that goal and allowing us the opportunity to walk our talk, so to speak. We'll see if we have any clarifying questions, and I also know that we'll be going to public comment as well, but I think Mr. Rombardo has something to add.
Yeah, just one thing. Well, Kate showed up, so I'd like to recognize her, but also, and this is my fault, I didn't have it in my notes, Kristen Prostanek is here, who will also help negotiate for WESP. So, sorry, I know you didn't want that, but I didn't want to leave you out. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, both of you. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, no real questions for me. Just it's already been an emotional meeting, so But I am very grateful too to where we are today with this association, and didn't know if you said you were a 23-year-old or if you were a 23-year employee, because you could probably pass for both. But to Brian's point, I mean, the work that you do it is so important because it truly takes a village. And I know there was a high school secretary that had a profound impact on my life, as well as many educators. But all of us remember our custodians, our bus drivers, those that are on the front line. And so very grateful that we can get here, and God bless you. I also want to acknowledge, too, I really appreciate this process, having a presentation where we have both sides and kind of a crystallizing what the impacts are is very helpful, I think, to this body and to the public to really hear from both sides and to really get a better understanding of what the contract is about. This is the first go around for me on this board. I understand it wasn't always like this. I believe President Smith has something to do with this, so thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership. But those are my comments, and I'm just delighted we can get here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayberry. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. So I'll bring it back to this body. If anyone has any comments or thoughts, I would invite them now. Otherwise, we can advance to, Superintendent Enfield.
I'm desperately trying to get my ESP West pin on that I was given during one of our meetings, and for whatever reason, my upper body strength is failing me, and I can't make it work, but I have it here. I just want to echo what President Smith said and what Brian so eloquently said as well, and Sarah. No any one individual in our district is any more important than another. And it's important that every single person who is part of our team sees the value that we place on them for the hard work that they do on behalf of our children and families each and every day. And so at this point, yes, the money is important, but the value signaling that the trustees and our district have sent right now, I think is just as important. And so I thank you all. Congratulations. This is a great day for our dedicated support professionals.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enfield. And there's no small amount of that that's also due to you in this process. You have been, I think, one of the most outspoken Nevada superintendents ever about the value of staff and the compensation that they deserve and are owed for the work that they do. So I'd like to also make sure that our board thanks you. And Clerk Rodriguez can help with that pin. He has lots of upper body strength. And he's got that in spades. Okay. So on that note, if there are any other comments, I'm looking for someone to make this motion. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. I'm proud to make this motion that the Board of Trustees approves and adopts changes to the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Support Professionals.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayberry, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, everyone. All right, that closes out item 3.02, and I think our friends are off to go celebrate, which we'll be doing soon. That brings us to item 3.03, another really wonderful item. This is a presentation to update the Board of Trustees on the electric school bus grant-funded pilot program to operate and install charging infrastructure for 2 school buses. This is an item for presentation and discussion, and we have a wonderful group here today. In front of us, we have our Chief Operations Officer, Adam Searcy, our Director of Transportation, Scott Lee. I think out there we also have our Energy and Sustainability Manager, Dr. Jason Geddes. And we also have some wonderful guests from NV Energy. And so you can raise up and say hello. And we will also make sure to hear from you too, because you'll get the opportunity. We have Ryan Bellows, Vice President of Government and External Relations. Marie Steele, Vice President, Integrated Energy Services. Eric Brannon, Manager of Major Accounts. Katie Nanini, Director of Corporate Communications, and Susie Garcia, Major Account Executive. So thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you in a moment. All right, team, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, President Smith. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. This is indeed a celebratory item. A little over a year ago, we were in front of this group talking about applying for a grant associated with this work. Since that time, we've ordered the school buses, outfitted, troubleshot, and also this grant included the installation of 2 charging stations, as well as some hands-on training and development for this new tool in our fleet. This is a good example of how hard things can be done with the full complement of partners that were just mentioned. I do want to recognize our Energy and Sustainability Manager, Dr. Jason Geddes. This is a partnership long in the making, dating back to the 2019 Nevada State Legislature, our own board policy 7400 that directs and guides staff towards these type of energy and sustainability initiatives. And then, of course, our public partners in the form of the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, who we receive significant air quality related grants from, and then of course NV Energy here providing the lion's share of the support for this one. So that in that regards, I just kind of wanted to highlight the multifaceted partnership that often it does take to do something new and difficult. That's what this is. This is exciting and positive, but it's a learning opportunity. It was a learning opportunity to install electric charging stations for school buses, and of course to order and onboard those new electric school buses. But we're here today. Today, in fact, was the first day that these buses were put into service, and I'd like to turn the floor over to our Director of Transportation to tell us a little bit more about what that really looks and feels like.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. Today was the first day that the buses did go in service transporting students. We have been testing them since July, putting them through their paces, so to speak, to make sure that we are well aware of what they're capable of. So we did have a little media event at Corbett this morning, and it was a good moment. You get to see the buses coming in. They are very quiet, except when they're below 20 miles an hour, they sound kind of like a spaceship, because they have a noise emitter to alert any pedestrians. So we did this is with the media. Driver spoke on what it was like to drive them. It was a good event. As far as the chargers that we installed, we did install 2 chargers. They have fast charging and slow charging capability. They also have the capacity for V to G, which is vehicle to grid. They're not hooked up for that at the moment, but if we choose to do that in the future, we have that ability. Also, we laid conduit and pads for an additional 8 chargers. So if and when we do expand, the infrastructure is partially there. The buses themselves, they do have a limited range. And we're finding in our testing it matters a lot on how it's driven by the driver because they have things like regenerative braking, which charges the battery. So if you take your foot off of the throttle, it starts charging the battery. So it really matters how you drive the bus. So we needed training for our drivers before we could put them in service. We needed training for our mechanics before we could put them in service. But other than that, they look like a regular bus from the outside. Expected maintenance on them is expected to be much, much less. Average maintenance on a diesel bus right now is about $5,000 a year. So these don't have all of the same parts. They don't have the oils and things like that need to be changed. They do have a lot of coolant. They have 18 gallons of coolant that should be replaced every 5 years or so. But that is because there's a heating and cooling system for the passengers, and then there's one for the batteries. There's two separate systems in there. They try to keep the battery normal temperature. But beyond that, no other major maintenance issues. They do, our range will vary with the temperature. Right now they're on routes servicing Corbett and Worcester, relatively short routes, about 45 miles each. And we want to see what happens during the winter when we've got the heaters blasting. And also today we found out when you put several thousand pounds of students on board, that also impacts your charge level. So it's an ongoing learning process, and we're adapting as best we can. That's about all I have. I can go into depth. I can answer questions, tell you all about them, but I don't know how much you want me to ramble.
I have a couple questions for you. So did the bus drivers who are on these routes, did they go through any special training?
Yes.
Can you share a little bit about that?
Yes, we had the dealer come down. It was probably 4 hours or so that the dealer went through all the different aspects of it, of the buses, the inspection, how that differs, what to touch, what not to touch, how to safely disable the vehicles, how to start them. They have a start sequence. The seatbelt has to be buckled, the service door has to be closed, the parking brake has to be released. So they're not quite like a regular bus. And they take some getting used to. I tried to drive one yesterday, but it wasn't available. I wanted to be able to report on it firsthand, but I haven't driven one yet.
Thank you. And I have one other question. I see Dr. Geddes is also here too. So these kids got to be the first official students to ride this bus. Did they realize that? I mean, that's pretty cool. Did they know they were the very first kids to officially get to ride the routes of these buses?
Yeah, some of them noticed it. High schoolers, the first route, the high school students, half of them didn't notice anything other than their telephones on the bus. But the other half did say, wow, this is a nice new bus. It's really quiet. And the elementary students, they were pretty excited. But
that's great. Trustee Westlake, I was going to let Dr. Geddes go to see if he has anything to share, and then I'll go to you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jason Geddes, I just wanted to add in, this does meet our other goals of environmental and social justice. So if you see it's Worcester and it's Corbett and it's Tier 1 schools, and we were really trying to focus on when the buses are idling, waiting to pick up kids or drop off kids, that there's no diesel emissions coming out of there. So it improves the air quality around the students, and it serves our environmental justice goals as well as all the other goals that Scott pointed out.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake, did you have a question?
Thank you, President Smith. What is the lifespan of the battery? Is it one battery per bus, or is it like a 2 or 3 batteries? What is the lifespan, and what is the cost of the batteries?
the lifespan, it depends on the number of duty cycles. So you can charge and deplete a battery only so many times. They have a warranty on them for 8 years, so I'd expect their lifespan to be longer than that. But that's all going to depend on their duty cycles. Also, how we take care of the batteries. It's recommended that we don't run the buses below a 20% charge. So, but if you're running it constantly down to 5% and then charging it back up and heating up the batteries and everything, you're going to wear down the battery a little bit faster. These have 2 battery packs in them that have it's confusing to explain. Imagine 17,000 AA batteries all put together into little packages. So if one of those fails, the battery will still work. Overall cost, I haven't got a cost from this particular dealer on these recently, but battery replacement, I believe, was like $70,000. It's very involved and very expensive.
Clerk Rodriguez, and then I'm going to invite our friends from NV Energy to come up.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So I know like the district recently has gone to like having security cameras and stuff like that in our buses. Do you still have that?
Yeah, all of our buses, our older buses as well, but these are newer buses, so they have the new updated system with the high definition.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Trustee Mayberry, followed by Trustee Church.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, this is great news. Really excited that we have this in our fleet. The question I have for you, and you were trying to get there, but I'm going to probe you a little bit more, and that is the range. Was there an identifiable range that we were given, and what do you think this will sort of iron out to be, and in terms of, would you have to recharge the bus midday, or do you think you can actually have a full charge? I mean, I'm assuming it depends on what route. I'm having a hard time articulate the question, but I am interested about the range and the efficiency, the long-term efficiency of it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So advertised range on these is 120 miles, but they also don't want you to, that would be running it down to 0. So they want you to keep a reserve there. So actual range of what the dealer is seeing is somewhere between 90 and 95. And during our tests, we found we were running between 85 and 105 for total mileage. It just depends on the temperature, the terrain, the load, how the driver's driving it, how much time they're allowed to coast. So,
okay. So I would suspect that depending on what bus route, that's probably how you're going to decide where you're going to put these electrical buses, right? I mean, you're probably not going to have buses that's serving Rancho Haven or some of those areas.
No, not likely, because of the amount of time that they would need to recharge during the day. And right now we are charging the buses during the day when they come back, and slow charging them overnight until we can dial it in for exactly how much we need to charge them during the day, if at all, or if we can put them on a route that can be sustained by a slow overnight charge.
And this is a pilot program, so there's still a lot of work to do, a lot of research to be done, a lot of data to be taken, and maybe we'll see more electric buses in the future. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Trustee Mayberry, I would add in that the battery efficiency gets better and better every year, and NV Energy could probably speak to it far better than I can, but we would expect the next generation of buses to have greater range and greater range as it goes. But this is a pilot, as you said. We're going to try and work out all the bugs on our end.
Thank you very much. A few comments, and by the way, you're not wearing the red tie that we talked about, but you know what? That's inside. Number one, it's so great for the environment. Many people don't know that we're in a basin here. We frequently don't meet the EPA standards for clean air, so that's extremely important. I'm a big EV person myself, as long as it's not forced on people and it's voluntary. I love them, and I'll comment my own opinion on the battery life. There more and more, you've got refurbished batteries, you've got used batteries, so 70,000, don't panic. And just talking about, say, my Chevy Volt that I had, 158,000 miles, battery was going strong. So there's no drop dead time when batteries go. Some of them, they just don't know because they never run out. So don't need to panic on that. I would love to see plug-in stations for EVs at all of our schools and facilities. I've mentioned that before, but we're moving more and more towards electric vehicles. So whether it's for staff or visitors, I'd love to see those plug-in stations. And then, world events in this past tragic week. The price of oil is going up and up every single day. and that's the price of diesel is extremely expensive. So it's also a monetary savings, and it takes our dependence off of foreign oil. So I'm just a big proponent of electric vehicles and that kind of thing. So pontificating, but thank you.
And Trustee Church, we have been pursuing the charging stations at the schools, and we were working with the group trying to apply for this last go-round, but there wasn't enough money available. There's supposed to be much more money available in the spring, and we're going to go for that again. One thing we got nervous about was security, because if you take the federal money, you have to have them open to the public 24/7. And we started getting nervous about having where to put them and allow the public 24/7 access.
Good point. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, that's a very good point. Obviously, we can't do, and vandalism happens. And I was recently at one EV station that was all vandalized. So unfortunately, it happens. I will pontificate a little further. Don't charge or don't charge much. Having to use an app is extremely difficult, and I won't mention the local government that the price of their EV charging station is so high that nobody parks there. You have 2 empty stalls because who wants to pay an exorbitant amount of money to park there? So that's a non-starter.
I think Mr. Mathers does, but we'll work that out with them.
All right, thank you so much. So this is a really wonderful item, and now I would like to invite up the team from NV Energy, because this is a grant-funded pilot program, and this project delivers on the way that we've evolved our statement here in Washoe County to serve our kids in partnership with our community and families, and this is what we are talking about. So I would love to have the NV Energy team come on up and we could say hello, and we would like to hear more about this. How did you come to choose us? Like, this is so wonderful. This is so much work to benefit our kids that you've helped to make possible. And we'd really love to hear what this means to you. And I know that you are long-standing partners in our community as well.
Awesome. Thank you, trustees. Marie Steele, for the record. I'm our Vice President of Integrated Energy Services at NV Energy, and one of my honors is actually the ability to oversee our electric vehicle programs, and quite frankly, the growth of it. And so the school bus program is near and dear to my heart. It was wonderful to be there this morning to see the kids come off of the bus, because this was seeing policy in action. Right, Senate Bill 299 enabled this ability to create this program such that we could bring electric school buses to kids in Nevada. And we're even more excited that we've been able to evolve this program, that we have another program, right? As we learn through this one, have the ability to create additional programs and learn across the state, right? So Carson City has their school buses, Clark County has their school buses, you guys now have yours, and so we're really excited to learn together for the benefit of the environment. Also, serving our historically underserved communities, really proud of you guys for really walking the talk to make sure that you're having that air quality in the neighborhoods that need it the most. We're excited for the ability to, quite frankly, move our transportation fuel to renewable energy. It's just fantastic for the state, right, for a whole host of reasons. And so we're just proud to be your partner, and we're excited to learn with you and bring our expertise to the project.
Thank you so much, and thank you for doing that with us. Yep. Is there anyone else on the team that would like to speak?
I don't think so.
No one's tackling you for the mic. Well, I'll be right with you on that. Don't move too long. All right, we'll be right. We're going to take public comment now, and then there's no public comment. All right, colleagues, I'm looking for any lights. We could move to a motion or have other comments. Oh, this is not an item for, thank you. I was testing everyone on that, and we all passed. Okay, wonderful. So round of applause, and let's come take this photo.
It's the easy one. It's just accept. Accept a big check.
Hi, everyone. All right. Now we're going to move on to our last item in this section, and this one's going to be a larger one, though, folks, okay? So this is item 3.04. This is our quality of education item. It's a review of Smarter Balanced Assessment, also known as the SBA, Mathematics and English Language Arts, also known as ELA data, from the Nevada School Performance Framework Star Ratings and High School Core Credit Attainment for the 2022-23 school year for students in the Washoe County School District, and how the Washoe County School District uses the information to develop strategies to improve student learning outcomes. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, which means I will not try to move this to a vote at the end. And this is a particularly large section. So here's how this is going to go, just so everyone knows. We, of course, have our student guest here. And I just want everyone to know, after we do this first portion of the presentation, I'll come back and I'll explain the cadence for the rest of this item, because it's unusually large and we'll have some dedicated time for questions and breaks, but I'll explain that in just a moment. And so today for our presenters, among those that we will hear from over the course of this item is Dr. Laura Davidson, our Director of Research and Evaluation, our Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, Joe Ernst, our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Sengdao Keo, and our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks. And I also think we have some of our school leaders here too. So I will pass this over to you.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, and we are here today to talk about the quality of education from our 2022 and 23 data. And as Trustee Smith mentioned, we have a promise that we're making to all of our students, and that is making sure that we know all of our students by name, strength, and need, and making sure that we're doing that in partnership with our families and community. To that end, I'm proud to have an opportunity to introduce Dr. Raquel Peltier and our Washoe County School District Superstar student, Uriah Rutherford.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our student, Uriah Rutherford. He is an outstanding 5th grade student. He joined us last year in 4th grade and quickly became one of our school leaders. And we love to have him there, and this is what we want all of our students to strive for. So now I'm going to turn it over to Uriah so he can tell us why he likes Maxwell.
I love Maxwell because it's there's so many things you can do, and there's so many things that it's like a lot of responsibilities, and there's a lot of things that you can be involved with, like peacekeepers and kindness crew and all these fun things. And like if you're a kindness crew member, you get to wear sports for a day, or wear hats, or like you get special benefits for certain things, but you also get to be part of something else. And you also get to do other things just than schoolwork. And you get to be a part of all these other things, not just to come to school to do work and that's it. You get to have a little fun. You get to be with your friends. You get to do all these fun things with some of your, maybe you've seen them since kindergarten, or you just met them, or you get to have so many fun opportunities, and you get to do so many things, like, because at my old school, I came from High Desert Montessori, and I just felt like I didn't fit in, and then when I came to Maxwell, I felt like immediately this was the school that I was meant to be at, and I fit in, and everything was going a lot better, and I had so much fun, and it's just been, I'm excited for the school year.
So Uriah, thank you. We appreciate you being here, and we love that you love your school. I think Maxwell's a pretty great place as well, as your principal would attest to as well. And Vice President Nicolette will always rightfully remind us that we are a district filled with student superstars, and we can't fit them all in one room, and we can't highlight all of them, so we choose one every month. And so you need to know, it is nice, I agree. And if with over 60,000 students in this school system, there is one student superstar for the month of October, and that is you. And that is because the teachers and students in your school see you as a role model and someone that other students can look to and learn from. So there may be, I think, trustees may have questions for you, but I'm going to read to you the plaque that we're going to give you when we take our photo after the comments are done. Yeah, this is real.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. So the WCSD Student Superstars proudly presented to Uriah Rutherford in recognition for your outstanding contribution to your school and our community. We honor you as a WCSD Student Superstar. Let's all give Uriah a hand.
Thank you.
We are so proud of you, Uriah. Now, do we get to take a photo with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, so as we embark on this next portion, this item is longer than we normally have for items, but the investment of time is well worth it in this case. So I do want the public to know and my colleagues that because this presentation is lengthy, what we'll do is I'm going to have you hold questions for clarification until the end of each section. So there will be plenty of opportunities for questions and clarification, and we have main sections of this presentation. We have our local and national data and star ratings, and we will stop at that point for questions. We have elementary school outcomes, then we'll also pause for questions, middle school outcomes, high school outcomes, and then actions and strategy questions. So we will pause for points of clarification after each and every one of those sections. Okay, and then we will also be taking a break during the presentation. We'll watch for time, so no worries, we are not going to plow through this. We will pause for a break, and so now we're going to go ahead and get ourselves started after Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. I appreciate that. I just want to frame this a little bit. And first, I want to thank Joe Ernst. I want to thank Laura Davidson and Dr. Parks and Dr. What? So many, yes, so many, but a lot of people who, Dr. Q, who are instrumental in putting this together. But I want to, for the Board of Trustees, frame this just a little bit as well. So as you know, we have our data, our Smarter Balanced Assessment data, and the star ratings as well that have come out. And we think it's very important to be very public in owning where we are in our data, and also putting that within the state and national context, because we are not so unique in the challenges that we face. But then more importantly, begin talking about the strategies that we are putting in place so that when we present this next year, because we will do this annually, we will see increases in those numbers. And so I just wanted the trustees to have that context. I think this will be a rich, important discussion. And with that, I will turn it over to our team of experts.
Thank you, Superintendent Enfield, President Smith, members of the board again. Joe Ernst, Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, and I have the pleasure of presenting tonight alongside Dr. Laura Davidson, our Director of Research and Evaluation. So as we work this through, as Dr. Enfield had talked about, we're trying to put some of this in context for everyone. There's a lot of information here, and as President Smith mentioned, we'll stop periodically throughout to answer some of those questions. So as we set this in the backdrop of the local and national data, tonight what we're going to do is we're going to walk you through key academic points in elementary, middle, and high school. These key academic metrics are largely based on state-required testing and then key academic metrics in high school. We believe this is going to help us ground ourselves in the work that we have going forward. We also recognize that the data is somewhat sobering, and as we look at it, it's important to recognize that recent research has really provided information regarding the magnitude of the pandemic and the impact it's had on our students over the past 3 to 4 years. We know that the data doesn't tell the whole story of our schools, but it does provide a common set of metrics to examine our progress over time and compared to other districts in Nevada and nationally. As Dr. Enfield mentioned, we're not where we want to be right now, and we have significant work ahead of us. Building on a new strategic plan, rooted in a promise, and based on strategies that we believe are going to impact the achievement of our students. Throughout the presentation, later in the presentation, there will be a lot of discussion around the strategies. Dr. Keogh and Dr. Parks will be providing some of that information. We're going to be thoughtful this afternoon to make sure that we are defining all of the acronyms. I know that there is some information in front of you that you have, and we are going to do our absolute best because, as we know, education, if it has one thing, we have acronyms. So we'll make sure that we define those for you. And then we'll pause after each section for questions, as we mentioned. So we start this in the backdrop of NAEP. NAEP is a test that's administered to 4th and 8th grade students at selected schools throughout all of the nation. So here in Washoe County School District, that's usually about 4 to 5 total schools. And what we know is that NAEP, we have seen when compared to 2019, that we did see declines, slight declines across the nation in 4th and 8th grade math and reading scores. And so one thing that we continue to see is that Washoe County School District data really mirrors the national data. And we see that consistently and in many forms. Then we go to another study that was conducted by NWEA MAP. We're familiar with MAP testing. And what MAP testing shows us is that there is definitely an achievement that's lagging behind pre-pandemic academic performance in all grades but third. So there's some optimism. Our youngest students are up to those pre-pandemic academic levels. But we do see in middle school, we see that the outcomes of our 6th through 8th grade students in English and math have very much been impacted. We look back, we think about the last part of their elementary school days and as they've gone into middle school. And we see this with the NWEA MAP data. The other thing that's significant, and we'll see within our data as we present tonight, is that the pandemic exacerbated existing disproportionalities. NWEA MAP estimates that Hispanic and Black students in middle school would need 6 additional months of instruction to reach pre-pandemic academic levels in math. And so it's compelling what the information that's coming in. The efforts that the educational system, the country, and everybody put in during the pandemic times were tremendous. But we know that there has been an impact. And that's where our work is, and that's where our call to action is. Here you'll see a comparison with all Washoe County school districts. What you'll notice is that Washoe is in blue, Typically, we're in the upper third of Nevada in terms of achievement, and you can see that the state is in black. In ELA, we're mostly consistent with the state scores, and in math, slightly outpace the state scores. This one probably deserves a little bit more context. So star ratings are based on a Nevada school performance framework, which has multiple measures in this framework, including proficiency, including growth, including multiple tests, SBA, WIDA, NA, etc. That's where these star ratings come from. And it's important to note that this is the first year of star ratings since the 1819 school year. Okay, that's our kind of our baseline that we look back to. The NSPF lets us know how we're doing compared with pre-pandemic academic levels, and it helps us inform the magnitude of the work in front of us. Now, what we can see here very clearly is a shift in the stars. If you look at the number of 1- and 2-star schools, you can see that there was an increase from 18-19 to 22-23 by 26 schools. And you can see there was a decrease in 3, 4, and 5 stars by 19. And so we can see that within this information. It's probably important to note as well right now that this information, and we'll probably go through this a little bit, this information doesn't include district charters. So sometimes we get some different questions about Nevada Report Card and information, and some of the measures, they include those district charters, and some they do not. So I just want you to be aware that this does not include district-sponsored charters, just for your information. I think a point worth noting before answering questions is that what we did is we did a little deeper dive into this data. And what we saw, and last year when we came before the Board of Trustees, one of the things we did when we had that national data, you may recall, was how Washoe County School District reduced or mitigated the overall decline in student scores. And I think that is something to be proud of, is that when we compared ourselves last year nationally, we saw that we were able to have less decline than many other states throughout the school district that are in the SBA consortium. So I think that's important. We don't have that data yet. I know we all would like that, but states right now are posting that data, and as we get it, we'll continue to keep you up to date. But I think interestingly enough is that we had 45 schools that lost 1-star rating. So over those 5 years throughout the pandemic, 45 of the schools lost 1 star. 39 of our schools remained the same, and 6 schools actually improved. So when you look at that, I think as we're trying to make sense of this information, because this is a lot of information and it's really important for us to understand it at the most appropriate levels. And in this case, what you can see is that we have 80 to 85 schools that over that 5 years either lost a star, stayed the same, or gained a star. And so I think that that's also some important context for us. So with that in mind, before we go on to our next slide, I want to make sure that we answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we go back to the first slide, the pre-pandemic student performance? You stated that it would take the Hispanic and African American students 6 months of additional education, or is it 42 months? Because you did state.
Mine says 42 months.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where there might be an error. The research that we are referencing from this is definitely 6 months. So I'm not sure where there, in some of the iterations that occurred, we know the research that we are grounding this, and thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, for bringing that up, is 6 additional months of instructional time. In other words, half a school year, significant period of time.
No, I understand that. And
42 months.
Yeah.
Well, because this is provided to the public, so I would suggest.
Thank you. President Smith, thank you. To clarify, I believe there were some last-minute changes made, and the trustees do not have the most updated one. The most updated one is on the screen. The trustees will have that before this meeting is over. I want it emailed now, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions on these 3 data slides?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess just more of a rudimentary question. The map. See, I always thought the map was K through 3. Is this a different map? Because here I'm looking. I see 6th through 8th. I see 5th, 7th, and 8th. Can you help clarify when you take them? Go ahead. Thank you.
Fair enough. That map one is, it's moved around a lot on us over the years. Right now, with NDE, in relationship to read by grade 3, we have to administer map testing in ELA for grades K through 3. Throughout the years,
Oh,
in
that's
many
required.
districts,
That's required.
that's
Okay,
required
gotcha.
by the state. For many years in Washoe County School District and throughout, this is a large sample of data, it's administered kindergarten through 8th grade in both ELA and in math.
Okay, just when I thought I understood it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In the star ratings, how much weight does attendance play into the star ratings?
Laura Davidson, for the record, it's 10%, and elementary, middle, and high school is comprised of chronic absenteeism.
I also have a question on the star ratings, and just so the public understands, trustees have the opportunity, of course, we get the materials the same day the public does, and we have an opportunity to ask questions. We get those answers, and those are also available to the public. So this question is one that I had raised. I'm not asking for it to be specific, but can you talk about the trends across Nevada and all the other school districts with the movement from 4- and 5-star schools and then over to 1- and 2-star schools? Because I believe that this is something that we've seen in 100% of the districts and across the state.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Again, I think that helps put us in context in relationship to the state. The short answer there is that approximately in 1819, there were throughout the state of Nevada, about 40% of schools were 1- and 2-star. Based on NDE's press release recently in 22-23, we now see throughout Nevada approximately 55% of the schools 1- and 2 stars.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is not a question for the moment, but Vice President Nicolette brings up a very good point, and I would be interested in future presentations to also see an overlay on our students who are chronically absent and also their academic outcomes, because something tells me that there's some strong causation there. So that's more of a statement and a thought, not a direction, but I immediately wonder, because as we are seeing chronic absenteeism continue to rise, we're also seeing academic outcomes that we're struggling with, and I would imagine those two are related.
Dr. Laura Davidson, absolutely, and well-timed. Our 1024 quality of education presentation is all around chronic absenteeism. Not to ruin the punchline for 1024, but chronic absenteeism, students who experience chronic absenteeism have about half the proficiency rate as non-chronically absent student. We're going to show some graduation data that looks parallel to that, but certainly it's a huge impact. When we think about the strategies we're going to be talking about later, none of those strategies work unless students are in the building with us.
Excellent point. Thank you. Trustee Westlake, and then I see Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. Do we have, for this, I'm really thankful that it's 6 months, because 42 months, I mean, my brain almost exploded, but 6 months, do we have any specifics that we're working on to address that and gain that 6 months back? I know the iReady is supposed to really work towards that, but do we have some specific things to go and address the absenteeism, getting families involved? What do we have specifically there to gain that 6 months back?
Thank you, Trustee
Thank you.
Westlake. I think that's at the crux of everything we're doing right now in terms of making sure that we identify those strategies. What is going to happen a little bit later in the presentation is Dr. Parks and Dr. Keogh are going to go over in depth all of the various strategies to try with that academic recovery related to absenteeism, related to tutoring, related to that 6 months. So that will be coming just a little bit later here in the presentation.
Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President. To determine the star ratings, sorry to see where I was going to start with this. To determine the star ratings, is there any, and this builds on the question around chronic absenteeism, are allowances made for the demographic makeup of the school? And what I mean by that is we know that not all children come to school as prepared as others. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Poverty is not a learning disability. However, the impacts of poverty can certainly have pose significant challenges for our children when it comes to learning. And we also know that, we have children in transition. We have all kinds of things. And I think it's important to note, if I am correct, and please correct me if I'm not, that these star ratings don't take any of that into account. They simply look at test scores and data, not allowing for the unique context and needs of students in that particular school. I think that needs to be emphasized again and again and again, not to make excuses. I want to be clear. I'm not making excuses. All of our children can learn, but we have to acknowledge the realities of many of our children that can impact some of these data points.
I wholeheartedly agree. One of our primary platforms is addressing the way chronic absenteeism is calculated at the state level. One of our primary challenges with the way NDE calculates it is that the elementary, middle, and high schools are all held to the same standard, even though we know that chronic absenteeism is double or triple the rate in high school compared to elementary schools. That's one of the areas that we have for advocacy this year. And as to the framework does not acknowledge demographics, I will say one of the benefits of the framework is that it is primarily comprised of growth in elementary and middle school, which does acknowledge growth no matter where students come. It looks only at growth compared to other students who have similar score histories. So students at a level 1 on Smarter Balance, the lowest level, are only compared to students at level 1. And then we're measured about how well we are able to grow them no matter where they come to us.
Thank you. All right, I think we can move on to the next. Trustee Church.
Popped up a question. You just hit on a very important thing, and I think I have the Washoe County stats in front of me. We're at about 31% absenteeism overall, and you said we're double or triple in high school. So am I correct, in some high schools we're over 50% chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, Dr. Davidson, for the record, absolutely true. Just as nationally, every article I've seen in the last 3 years has talked about chronic absenteeism completely exploding after the pandemic, and that is very much true for our students, particularly as it's almost a perfect line, elementary, middle to high school, the rate's increasing.
And one more follow-up. Could there be a nexus between that and restorative credit, where previously kids knew they had to attend school, now they know they don't have to attend school and they still graduate?
I wouldn't be willing to make that conjecture right now. Certainly students are sophisticated and they're good thinkers, but I think the real critical aspect is, Dr. LaMarca and the truancy team and the re-engagement specialists, they recently presented to you, and we acknowledge them in their work, and they work incredibly hard. When we get students back to schools, it is imperative that the schools wrap their hands around that child. We cannot allow that child to go home with a negative experience in which the day just was not a positive day for them, and nobody recognized who they were, and people didn't know their name. So really, as we look at it, it's critical that when we get students back into schools, that we immediately wrap our arms around them. And we go above and beyond with outreach to the family to keep those students coming to school more regularly.
So the answer is a maybe, or it depends on the kid.
Fair enough. I think your question was around credit recovery and does that possibly lead to increased attendance? And I wouldn't be willing to say that. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next section. Thank you.
Okay, so we talked about star ratings, and the majority of the star rating, at least for elementary and middle school, is based on standardized test scores. So Smarter Balanced, the WIDA exam, and our science test in 5th grade. So we're going to spend a little bit of time diving into those standardized test scores so that we really understand what's driving that increase in more 1-star rated schools and 2-star rated schools. So we really want to get clear about where our strengths are and where our challenges are, because that's what drives the action steps. So Smarter Balance, again, is administered in grades 3 through 8. And here we're looking at the English Language Arts exam and the percentage of students who are proficient on that exam, meaning they scored at least a level 3 or a level 4. So you can see on the left, we had a 3 percentage point decline, a percentage of students who were proficient on that. And largely across the board, race, ethnicity, and population groups, we saw declines. You can see immediately in elementary school, and these are going to be patterns that we follow up to high school throughout the afternoon as we talk about this data. The achievement gaps begin here and even well before they come to us. But what I want to point out in particular here, because this is the one that keeps me up at night a little bit, is we now know in 22-23 students who are Hispanic are our largest demographic population, and you can immediately see there's a pretty stark achievement gap here with Hispanic students scoring 29% proficient versus the district 43%. So that is one area that we really want to start thinking more about, as we have 42% of our students in the district are Hispanic. Okay, moving on to math proficiency. You can see we were flat over last year. This one we are a little closer to our pre-pandemic level of performance, which was at 43%, so we're a little closer there. But you can see we've been largely flat in this area. Here we did have a couple of increases across different race or special population groups, but again, certainly not where we want to be. Okay, so this is one of the growth measures. I mentioned the Nevada School Performance Framework. The star ratings feature a lot of the growth data. This is one that we want to pay a lot of attention to. So we know, based on the last 2 slides, we have about 60% of our students who are not yet proficient in elementary school. What these numbers are telling us is if they're not proficient yet, are they at least making enough growth that it looks like they're going to be proficient by the end of their 8th grade year or within 3 years, whichever comes first. So the top in blue is telling us that 27% of our non-proficient students are making enough growth that it looks like they're going to hit proficiency by the time they head off to high school. For mathematics, it's about the same. 24% of our non-proficient students are making enough growth that it looks like they're going to reach proficiency by the end of middle school. Okay, we'll conclude the elementary section by looking at our Nevada science test. And so for this one, we are a little bit down over last year, and we've been largely flat in science in elementary school. As you can see, there are a couple increases here and there, but this one has been largely flat, and this is only administered in grade 5. So I'll pause now for any questions on the elementary school data before I pass it back to Joe to do middle school.
I think, Madam President, I kind of just want to go back to the overall, the chronic absenteeism. So what were the numbers again for like high schools? Like ballpark? Because I'm just, the reason why I'm asking is I'm wondering, because as one of the, one of the many trustees actually visits our high schools and schools in general, I do not see empty ghost towns, which is kind of how that was alluded to. So I just kind of want to clarify for the public that might misunderstand what was just said.
I wish I knew that number off the top of my head. I remember at one point looking at seniors, and they're around 2/3 are chronically absent. It's a pretty high number, and it depends wildly on the school in particular. I think I've seen numbers as low as 10% all the way up to 70% for some of our schools. So it varies a lot by school.
Okay.
And Trustee Rodriguez, we'll definitely be sharing more of that data in the next quality of education that's kind of centered around safety and belonging of students. And so we plan to share that as well on the 24th.
I do appreciate that, and I will say, as you know, seeing our high school graduations and hearing the many seniors that are going on to West Point and military colleges and Ivy League colleges and amazing trades that, and visiting our schools, that I don't see empty ghost towns. So I just really want to say, yeah, you know, I just want to clarify that and put that on record. So thank you.
And chronic absenteeism, it amounts to about 2 days a month. So you wouldn't see it on a grand scale necessarily, but it adds up quickly.
That is an excellent. Can you define what chronic absenteeism for the entire school year, just so that we're all on the same page with what that means?
Sure, we use the federal definition, which is that students miss 10% or more of their enrolled days. So if a student's enrolled 180 days of the school year, it's about 18 days a year, so 2 days a month.
And not to minimize how important it is to miss 18 days out of the year. An interesting nuance that we have in Nevada, and jump in here because I'm only the armchair, is that although when a child is ill, if there is a doctor's note, then it qualifies for a certain designation. I'm not sure that the federal government looks at that, but the state of Nevada does. So like a regular illness where a parent may keep a child home but not necessarily generate a doctor's visit, and therefore not generating that letter, could be an illness as well, but without that letter, it doesn't fall into that other categorization. Can you just explain that? Because I think these are important details, knowing we'll have a longer conversation about this in 2 weeks.
The way you described it is absolutely correct. We've had our own conversations about the equity of that and who's able to access health care in order to obtain that note. So certainly it's something unique to Nevada.
I want to emphasize you are absolutely correct. It is fundamentally an equity issue and wildly inappropriate in my opinion. I've registered my feelings with Superintendent Ebert that I don't think that a doctor's note should be required. I think it's offensive to parents and families. If you want to keep your child home, you know the best reason to do that. I will also say too, one of the other reasons that a student may not come in. As you may recall, we had an incident last year where there was a threat. Fortunately, it turned out not to be credible, but many families chose to keep their students home out of concern for safety. I too don't think those should count against chronic absenteeism. I've also shared that with our Department of Education here in Nevada. So there's work to be done at the state level as well.
Yeah, thank you. As to piggyback on Superintendent's Enfield's comments, as a working parent, when I take my children to the doctor and the doctor gives me a note for them to be excused, why bother? Because it's not going to matter based on the state reg. So go ahead.
No, having a note would make it an excused absence.
It would, but it doesn't
Correct.
today. It doesn't today, though, does it?
Right. I think we need to talk about the difference between excused and unexcused.
And again, I so much appreciate the interest in attendance, and it is a compelling factor in education. I think when we present on 10/24, we'll definitely be able to dive deeper. We've still got a lot of info in front of us regarding that academic side of things. And so we promise to you that we're going to bring a lot more back on attendance. And we think that these two presentations work pretty well in conjunction with each other.
Well, as you can tell, we are already a hot audience for this topic. Trustee Westlake, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Thank you, President Smith. Sorry, I just have to ask if we could. This just... I'm just thinking if it would be possible to get our stats that work up what's going on in our district with absenteeism as far as, and then compare it to what the state does. And ours is probably going to be a more accurate representation if we could get that on 10/24, if that's possible, to see what we come up with that's actually going on in the district.
You bet. We'll be happy to do that.
And that's a great point, because I'm glad that we're on the edges touching on this, because this will also guide staff in what it is we're interested in 2 weeks. So great point. All right, I think we can move on to the next section.
Okay, thank you, President Smith. So now we will look at the English language arts of our 6th through 8th grade students. And again, you can see it's not dissimilar to elementary school data as well. You can see that we are at 43% proficiency rate. You continue to see racial and ethnic and special populations show either some slight declines or even in some cases a bit of an increase. And so we've seen that, and this continues to be a compelling consideration for the work we have in front of us. Again, now we're looking at the math. This is elementary school, pardon me. We somehow went back. So let me go back. Okay. So pardon me. That's why it looks so similar, was because it was the elementary school data. So here we go with the middle school data, but it really does parallel. You can see here it's 39%, and the same points that I made stand true here with our 6th through 8th grade students. We can also see in math, and this is an area to really look at, we can see that proficiency rates of middle school students right now are 27%. Again, you can see the disproportionalities. As we have discussed throughout the presentation nationally and here locally, we can see that the pandemic really exacerbated disproportionalities. And so it does give us a lot of good information as we develop our strategies for improving academic outcomes for all students. As Dr. Davidson so eloquently stated, the 12 and the 8% are the numbers that we're looking at here. These are non-proficient students that will become proficient by 8th grade. And so we can see that of those non-proficient students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, 10 of those right now are on trajectory to be proficient, and 8% in math. Finally, a bit of a brighter spot. We can look at our science proficiency, and this is comparatively speaking, but when we look at our science outcomes for elementary school and middle school, we see better science outcomes for middle school students, and that too helps advise some of the strategies we want to employ in this area. So with that in mind, we're willing to answer any questions regarding middle school.
Okay, we'll close out the data section looking at high school data, but of course just want to acknowledge that high school data does not arrive in a vacuum, that skill gaps that occur as early as elementary school compound into high school, but this is really the crunch period where we have to recover as much as we can before we get students across our stage at the end of their 4 years. So these metrics look a little bit different and are less based on standardized test scores, though we will get into ACT at the end. But one measure that we like to look at is at the halfway point of students' high school careers, are they on track in terms of earning their credits, their core credits in particular? So this is 2 credits in math, English, science, and 1 credit in social studies. So as you can see here, we increased the percentage of students who were on track by the end of their 10th grade year by 8 percentage points. And really across the board saw gains across most population groups in this area with a few notable exceptions. Again, you can see that the achievement gaps have just become exacerbated from elementary, middle to high school and are very stark when you look at this slide. One other measure that we look at internally and is also part of the MATA school performance framework is not just are students prepared to graduate, but are they prepared to go on to their highly skilled careers in colleges of their choice. So for this, we look at whether students, by the time they graduate, have they completed and passed a class in advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual credit, or 2-year pathway of career and technical education. So this has been a pretty high data point for us even throughout the pandemic, where we have nearly 70% of our students graduating having taken and passed one of these courses, and even having been exposed to the rigor of the curriculum in these classrooms sets them ahead as they move on to their colleges and careers of their choice. You do see here large achievement gaps again, and I think it's an area where we really look at equity and access. So just keeping in mind that this is all built upon prior data from elementary to middle and high school. But again, it is one of the areas where it does look like the majority of our students really do have access and take one of these advanced courses prior to graduation. Okay, we'll close out this data section looking at ACT. So these two measures that I'm about to talk about is the way that Nevada Department of Education calculates the measure for use in the Nevada School Performance Framework. So we want people to be kind of clear about how this is calculated. So this is looking at the 11th grade census, ACT. So all students take this in 11th grade. It's a requirement for graduation that they sit for the exam. And as you can see, we had a 6 percentage point decline in the percentage of students who were meeting that threshold set by Nevada Department of Education for proficiency in 11th grade. So that is a 6 percentage point decline, and really across the board in most subpopulations and race ethnicity groups, we see declines here. You can see an immediate stark decrease in the percentage of students who are proficient on the math portion of the ACT exam in 11th grade. This does not come as a surprise given the Smarter Balance data in middle school that we are looking at, math in particular, and especially nationally in the middle and high school grades is where we are hit hardest post-pandemic. So this mirrors perfectly what we've seen across the nation and across Nevada, and I think none of us are proud of the fact that only 22% of our students are scoring at a proficient level on the 11th grade ACT, and again, achievement gaps across the board here as well. So happy to pause and take any questions about the high school data.
Okay, I have lots to say about this. And then just so my colleagues know and the public, we will be taking a break after this question and answer section. Okay, so to borrow a word from Trustee Church, I'm going to pontificate here for a minute, just so that we're on the record with a few things with the ACT. And by no means does this indicate that these scores are okay, because they're not. But there's a few things that I reiterate every single time ACT scores are here. And one, can you clarify if the passing, so not to confuse everyone, but if your head explodes a little bit, so does mine. There's the ACT passing, and then Nevada creates its own special passing number. I have no idea how that is actually computed. And I'm going to pontificate for a bit, and then I'll let you answer. Because among all the states in the U.S. that require universal testing, Nevada does it earlier than every other state. And we have our 11th graders take this test for some reason before they even approach some of this curriculum in school. So whoever's listening out there, I would really love for someone to really look at why we do this. I support having universal testing. I absolutely support us doing needs-based testing, but I don't understand why we're testing students on material that we know that they haven't actually taken yet. It's strange to me. So these scores, which are far too low no matter what, are these based on the special passing score that Nevada comes up, or the national ACT passing score?
Great question. These are based on, so the Nevada Department of Education, in acknowledgement that students are taking it pretty early in their 11th grade year instead of 12th grade, when many students go on to take the ACT for college if they need to take it, lowered the benchmarks. So the benchmarks for the Nevada threshold is a 17 in ELA and a 20 in math. And then the ACT, the measure that's aligned to college readiness, is a 20 in ELA and a 22 in math. So the ACT threshold is a little bit higher. I know we talk a lot about the often referenced report that shows Nevada's composite average versus every other state that uses ACT, and I think there's a ton of nuance in that data. We could have an entire quality of education about that report alone and some of the nuances in that data. We do tend to test about a month or two earlier than many of the universal tester states who test in 11th grade, and many of those states do test in 12th grade. We also know that in our system we have many students who may sit for the 11th grade universal ACT, but then go on to take it on their own in 12th grade multiple times. And when we looked back into our data from 15-16 at ACT, when it was not administered universally and really just for students who were college bound, we tended to score about 5 points higher than we do now. So there's certainly different expectations about the sitting for the ACT, and we do know that many students do go on and improve their score once they take it later on.
And unfortunately, when they do go on to take that, because it's much more common to do this in 12th grade, like a full year plus later, but most likely we see an increase in those scores versus the year and couple months that they took it before. I mean, I would assume for many students that additional instruction time, as the other states and most students take it, results in higher scores.
For sure. We know that the promise of why I think NDE selected ACT as we're federally required to have a proficiency measure in high school. We have to have one. And why they picked the ACT originally is that we were hoping that it would identify students who had college going potential that maybe hadn't been ever identified. And so it is great that all students in our system have one free opportunity to try and sit for the ACT and have that. But we do know in our system many go on to take it again many times or take the SAT or something else.
And we don't have the benefit of those additional scores. So we get reported on this testing period. We don't get the benefit of the results from the ACT from the students when they take it at the normal time, which is a year later. Okay, thank you for that. The other question/comment I think is it's the slide that shows the combined AP, IB, CTE. So this really shows a glimmering ray of hope. Our students are engaged in these areas. Look at these numbers. This shows us that the students are interested in these opportunities. And can you also walk us through how over the years we've removed some of the barriers around our honors program? Because I think this is an opportunity as we look at chronic absenteeism, we look at belonging, we look at academics and other areas, we should be leaning into the areas where the students are telling us they want this instruction. And this seems like a pretty bright mark that they're interested in.
For sure. And advanced placement in particular has been a huge bright spot in Washoe County School District for as long as I've been around. We rank very high nationally in percentage of students taking these courses and passing the exams. More and more we're seeing students as dual credit opportunity, which is really exciting and opens so many more doors for students to have that exposure to college courses well before they enter those, and getting credit well ahead of entering it in college saves them a ton of money. So we're thrilled to be seeing these, and the percentage has really remained high even throughout the pandemic, which has been really exciting for us that students are still taking on these challenges given the incredible circumstances that they've had throughout their high school career. So definitely a bright spot, and it's featured on the Nevada School Performance Framework and one that I think holds up a lot of our high school numbers there.
Thank you. And we've removed barriers over the years towards these. We have less I'll just use the term barrier, but can you explain that a little bit?
I can speak to a few that I'm aware of, but certainly waiving the costs of some of the advanced placement exams. There are more opportunities, which I know Dr. Parks is going to talk about later, about expansion of dual credit opportunities, so more students can access these courses. Even just receiving more computers and laptops throughout the pandemic and ever since has given students more opportunities to take these courses online. So certainly lots of work has been done across the state to ensure that all students have access, and we've removed many of their pre-existing requirements that students need to have in order to access these. So it is more equitable that all students can have access to these opportunities if they want.
I think and please let me know if this is correct, that any student who wants to take an AP course can take an AP course. They don't have to, complete a prerequisite, get a letter of recommendation, anything like that.
I think Dr. Parks may be able to help us a little bit more. I do think there may still be some small requirements as we're working that through, but again, looking to address wherever those barriers are to expand opportunity.
So I want to go on the record, there should be no barrier preventing a student from taking an advanced placement or IB course if they want to challenge themselves. The research is clear that students benefit from those courses even if they don't pass the exam, and so there should absolutely be no gatekeeping measures in place.
And quick note, not passing the exam does not mean not passing the class.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Parks?
Thank you, President Smith. Confirming Dr. Enfield's request, open enrollment for AP courses is our current status. No barriers.
Yes. Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I'm going to try and formulate this because it's just spinning around in my head. And I'm coming off of what President Smith said, that our kids are going into taking this test before they've even been exposed to some of this curriculum. And it sounds like this has just been going on and on in perpetuity, ramming our head against the wall. And I know that every grade has certain curriculum that has to be met and introduced, and I know there's only so many hours in the day, but is it possible that we start thinking of a way for introducing some of these concepts that we see our students are failing just because they've never seen them before, possibly take some time in 10th grade at the last quarter introducing some of these concepts so that they're prepared to take that test. Let's try and beat them at their own game. They're putting our children at a disadvantage. Is there a way that we can prepare these kids so that when they take this test, they have seen some of these concepts before? Maybe not all of them, but some of them.
I can just speak quickly to, and I may phone a friend, Dr. Aird, back there, because I was asking her this question this morning as well. So on the ACT, it does, especially for math, it goes through Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, and in order to score a 27 or higher, you do need Algebra 2 pretty well covered under your belt in order to score at that level. So if students are behind, particularly in algebra, which we know is a hinge point for many of our students in the district, and they have not yet passed that course and demonstrated mastery in those content areas, they are going to struggle on the ACT. If they're on track with all of their credits and have passed all of those subjects, they should be in a pretty good position when they take the 11th grade ACT to score well on that. But certainly another year of instruction and skills and experiences in courses is always going to benefit students, so usually the later the better for taking these exams.
Very good. All right, thanks everyone. Now we're going to go ahead and take that break. So let's reconvene at 4:20. Thank you. All right, everyone, it is 4:25, and we'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees regular meeting today on October 10th. And now we will continue with our presenters, and I see that we have some new faces here. We have our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Keogh, and the one and only Dr. Troy Parks.
Thank you so much, honorable members of the board. We are now going to discuss what Washoe County School District is doing to improve student outcomes. And we are going to center this conversation around our pillars within our strategic plan. As a reminder, our pillars are the actions that adults will take, we will take to ensure that we create the conditions so that students can achieve excellence. And you are already familiar with the 4 different pillars. That's how we're going to share our information for the next several minutes. What I want to highlight, though, is that there are common themes regardless of the pillars. We are using data, we're using the latest research, we're using evidence to decide and determine how best to move forward so that we improve student and school outcomes. So I wanted to focus on that. And then as a reminder, not just for you, but for the public, I wanted to share, because we often don't share this, that not only are we here as the district's experts on this work, but we're also here as parents. So everybody who just presented and those who are presenting, we actually have a vested interest in this district. We have children that we care tremendously about who are either current students, former students, or who are going to be incoming students. And I share this because not only are we presenting on behalf of Washoe County School District, we are literally doing our very best so that not just our children, but all children across the district have access to excellence and equity across our district. I am now going to pass this to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Parks, to share Pillar A.
Thank you, Dr. Keogh. Good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. As we dive into this, I want to note that I'm going to give you an overview of the key strategies that we're implementing, and keeping in mind that our responsibility and urgency for our students, that's across all of our offices. So a lot of these strategies are not specific just to our Office of Teaching, Learning, and Leadership, but across our entire district, we have urgency to make sure we better support our schools, because the only time we succeed is when our schools succeed. I've asked many of our associate chiefs and directors to be in the audience today. In the event that you have in-depth questions and want to know more about certain strategies, they are the experts. They are the ones who are working side by side with our principals in implementing these strategies. So I wanted you to have access to them during the question and answer period if you have an in-depth question that you want more insights about. So I'm going to keep it at more of a high-level updates. A lot of this stuff is work we did last year in preparation for this year. So a lot of it is updates on the work you heard from me last year about the excitement about these new offices, this teaching and learning opportunity. So the first thing we want to highlight in Pillar A is iReady. And I want to be clear, this is a tool for our educators, and it is not a silver bullet. It is not the answer. We all know that it is our educators who work directly with our students that are the most important factor in improving student learning outcomes. But what this tool does is really some amazing stuff. I'm not going to focus on what we're going to do as a district. I'm not going to focus on what our principals are doing. But more importantly, the tools that we're going to have for our teachers. So as a teacher with iReady, we just had our very first diagnostic, and we had a 95% participation rate. But now what? Right? because data is only good when you can put it into action and provide students feedback about their learning. So just yesterday, all of our teachers district-wide got training from iReady on how do you interpret that diagnostic, what do you do with the data, and a lot of the emphasis yesterday in the teacher training was real-time feedback during instruction and learning that teachers can provide to their students so that they progress in their standards. Also want to highlight the science of reading. We're very excited about the opportunity we have with the science of reading. It is a 2-year-long professional learning opportunity that our learning facilitators are undergoing right now, and a cohort of teachers. We are looking to expand this in the future, but the essence of the science of reading is that we really get down to what are the foundational pieces that our teachers need to be teaching in order for our kids to read with comprehension. So there's a lot of focus on phonics, where we teach our students to sound letters, and then phonemic awareness as well, where we're learning to blend the sounds. And eventually, the goal is you got to be reading with comprehension. That is what reading really is. Also want to highlight, we brought you this last year, but we are now implementing. Some of the focus was on middle school outcomes. We now have high quality instructional materials specific to middle school, new English language arts curriculum, new science curriculum, and I also highlight the new social studies curriculum because in this new instructional material for social studies, there is a focus on students also doing well in reading comprehension. Our professional learning community focus, you've heard me speak about this many times in the past. Been a district that has prided itself on focusing on professional learning communities and the ability of our grade level teachers to work together and as a team to focus on improving student learning outcomes. And as you might recall from last year, we had a need based on our teacher vacancies to work with our WEA and step back a little bit on our early release Wednesdays, which we had traditionally focused on professional learning communities. We all saw a need to give teachers more prep time. We're in a much better position this year, so we're much more focused on those early release Wednesdays around those 4 questions that you've probably heard me say millions of times, but I'm going to say them. You know, what do we want our students to learn? How do we know that they learned it? And the most important question, if they didn't learn, what are we going to do? And if they did learn, what are we going to do? So we're very excited to have our Wednesdays back dedicated to professional learning communities. Another support we are providing this year was something we gave a try on last year for our principals. We would send quarterly updates from our elementary director about the essential standards that should be being taught this quarter and the scope and sequence that they should be seeing in their grade levels when they should be being taught. Based on feedback from our principals, they asked that we provide these monthly this year. So every month our principals get an outline of the scope and sequence that should be being taught and what are those essential standards that students need to be learning during this next coming month that are essential to them being successful at the grade level curriculum. Another work we began last year in the spring was calibrating with our principals high quality instruction. We really engaged our entire directors across the district as well as principals to get their input and insights to have the conversation what are we really talking about when we talk about high quality instruction? And this year, our associate chiefs, when they are in their schools and doing walkthroughs, we are referring right to what we have defined as high quality instruction, and we are asking our principals, are you seeing it in your classrooms? If you're seeing it in your walkthroughs, what feedback are you providing to your teachers based on your visits and walkthroughs? Are you going to maybe modify your school performance plan to focus on certain aspects of high quality teaching? You heard in the data that we do have a strength in our signature programs, access to AP, access to IB, and that's something we should all celebrate as a district, and many good things engaging students are coming out of those programs. But we have an update on some of the expansion that we've already done in regards to dual enrollment, and this was work that was done last year. Last year at this time, we had approximately 1,000 students enrolled in dual enrollment. And just a reminder, that means they're earning high school credit and college credit at the same time. I won't go into the calculations about how much money that saves families, depending on where they enroll. But it's significant when you look at it, not to mention the open enrollment piece where students have the opportunity to go to a college course and be successful and get that confidence. So this year, this time last year, for this semester, we had about 1,000 students participating in dual enrollment. Because of our expansion efforts and our work with our local colleges, including our university, at this point we have over 2,700 students participating in dual enrollment opportunities. Well, let me clarify that. 2,700 enrollments, because that could mean certain students might be taking 2 courses in dual enrollment or multiple. So 2,700 this year compared to 1,000 at the same time last year.
Can we just pause on that, because that's a real bright spot, and I see our student representative. I want to give her the opportunity to weigh in, but she's got her hands in the air. Do you have anything that you'd like to share on that, Arabelle?
Yeah, so we got a dual credit class. Oh, I want to say our first year was last year. Our first one, history, U.S. history. And then we also got English this year, and it's just like such an awesome opportunity, and I think that it's so amazing for all of our students. And like, I have a lot of friends that are earning college credit right now, and as you're like you were saying, it saves so much money, and it's really cool to have that opportunity with teachers that you're safe with and that you know, and that you can like taught it, because I'm also taking an online TMCC class, and I like my in-person one better because like it's a teacher that I know and that I like to spend time with, and so anyways, I think it's so awesome. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Arabelle, and thank you, team. Dr. Enfield?
President Smith, 2 things. First of all, I asked Arabelle when she sleeps. She doesn't, because Arabelle is one of those students who is a great example of it's not an either or. She's enrolled in AP and dual credit. And so this just speaks to the fact that we want to, it's not an either or scenario. We want to expand the menu of opportunities for our students. And we have had our dual credit partnership with TMCC and President Hilgersom, which we are very proud and grateful for, and added to that this year with our partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno, which is something that President Sandoval was very keen on us doing. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Tiffany McMaster was absolutely instrumental in getting the partnership with UNR and our dual credit off the ground for this year. And when I say it's off the ground, it's soaring. And so I want to publicly acknowledge her for the work that she's done on that.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. I would also add we also have Western Nevada Community College that participates as well. And happy to report, coincidentally, not so coincidentally, there's already discussion between the associate chiefs, UNR, and our high school principals about expansion next year. And as Dr. Enfield said, we're coming to you next year with much better outcomes for our students. So we will fully expect to see our dual enrollment and dual credit opportunities increasing. All right, so now we're going to go focus on that freshman year. You've all heard in the past about the Algebra 1 being kind of a gatekeeper for freshman success. I want to highlight some of the things we've done to align our curriculum and assure that when our students are in 8th grade, they are explicitly being taught those prerequisites, which we call pre-algebra, and that they're absolutely ready for the rigors of their Algebra 1 courses. Also, last year we included as summer school Jumpstart, and we had, this is based on the achievement level data in their 8th grade math, and we provided specific to Algebra 1 Jumpstart opportunities at the high school so that we could accelerate readiness for Algebra 1. Want to highlight with our focus on making sure our students are able to choose their career path with our purchase of paper. It includes a career interest survey that allows students to highlight their strengths and their interests and start looking at careers that they might be interested in. And obviously that's a great segue into high school, where they have signature academies, where they have clubs that they can participate in, and where they can take elective courses that interest them and keep them engaged in school. Now I think I'm turning it over to Dr. Keogh for Pillar B.
Yeah, so Pillar B is really the second part of our promise, and how we're going to deliver upon that promise. It has to be in partnership with families and communities, which is why I'm really excited about the work that we're continuing to do. We have parent supports and resources, in particular for iReady. Here's what that looks like when our students go in and their families go in for parent-teacher conferences. Our team has developed resources so that teachers have talking points in particular to help parents understand what iReady is and how they can use it to support their students' learning. In addition, the district also deploys translators. So we know that this information needs to be accessible to families. So we're deploying those resources, and we're very excited about that because this is an area where we can always get better. We are also in the process of securing laptops, and I'm really excited about this because we have parents who have identified over 10,000 students in Washoe County School District. So that's almost 1 in every 6 students does not have access to a laptop and or hotspot. That's a challenge for them if we want to accelerate their learning and make sure that they have opportunities for growth. That is why the district has made a commitment to this. We are now investing roughly $4 million this year to ensure that those students whose parents have identified that they need these resources will have access to these resources. And we're excited because laptops start getting into the hands of students next month in November. In addition, there is a newcomer center at Booth Elementary. This took our team over a year to plan. And I am excited about this newcomer center because right now, since the start of the school year, over 300, roughly 309 students have been identified as newcomer students. A newcomer student would mean that their families have recently arrived in the United States, here in Washoe County School District. Their primary language or home language is not English, and they have not yet met proficiency in an English language assessment. Okay, so these are students and families that need to understand how the education system works here in the United States, and our team has created this newcomer center to welcome them, to connect the families and the students with resources so that they can actively engage in their student learning. That also includes, for example, we're going to learn out laptops. We pair them up. There's mentorship opportunities. We watch the students literally build strong relationships with them so that they are set up for success as they enter Washoe County School District. In addition, for the first time, we are going to provide to parents and families newly designed short school performance plans that are parent-facing. We are really excited about this. The school performance plan essentially is the tool that school leaders use to help them do a few things. They collaborate with stakeholders to review data, and then they prioritize their goals, and then they identify actions they're going to take to meet these very, very ambitious goals. Okay, so this is an opportunity for parents to learn more about how a school is performing because we want to be transparent with our parents and our families. There's also an opportunity for them to get really clear on how they can get involved and learn more. Okay, so please jump in.
Thank you, President Smith. Dr. Keough, thank you. I just need to publicly state, I think Joe Ernst and I are still friends. I'm not positive because he and I have gone back and forth on the family-friendly two-pager for parents, but it's really good, important work, and I appreciate the work that Joe and his team have done on this. The reality is that we need to make the school performance plans meaningful documents, living, breathing documents that aren't just something we do for compliance that sit on the shelf. And part of that is making sure that we're giving our families as much information as possible to advocate for their child and to know what's going on at their school. And so I'm very, very excited for this, and this is sort of a theme that we want to continue with how can we make sure that we are giving our families as much information, really family-friendly information as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. And then just a few other things to highlight. We are, again, expanding our parent-teacher home visits. We are also ensuring that the resources that we provide to parents and families are available and accessible in multiple languages. So we are redirecting resources to that. And of course, parents, this year we are going to launch the Student Success Plan, which is an opportunity for parents and families to understand what students are, what their strengths are, what their interests are and their aspirations, and how to partner up with school leaders and with the district to actually help their students achieve their most ambitious goals. This next part, as a continuation of our partnerships with families, community, and the school, we are continuing to do mental health coordination, not just for students, but for their families and for educators. In addition, we have family resource centers across the district that this is through a grant from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services. And it's actually really important because it helps parents and families connect to critical supports and services. So some of those services could include things like applying for jobs, or if they don't have enough money for electricity bills, right? Like there's assistance that can be provided. So these are actually really critical services and supports that we are offering in partnership across our district. In addition, you've heard us say that we are looking into expanding internships and career opportunities for our students. So that means ongoing, continued partnerships with businesses and our community-based organizations. And that will include really expanding opportunities for them to get involved, to volunteer within schools, and to help us create greater opportunities for our students. Finally, I wanted to highlight this is not just, although Dr. Parks is the highlight, I think, of this presentation, I think it's important to note that we have a lot of other offices that may not seem like they take center stage for academics, but they play a really important critical role. And so I'm going to highlight there is ongoing community engagement through the facility modernization plan. And that's really important for us because we know that it's not just about, the curriculum, high quality instructional materials. We actually need other structures in place to make sure that students feel safe and there's a space where they can actually do rigorous learning. And so I'm hoping that what you hear is it is academics, but it's also about mental and behavioral health supports. You're saying that we're doing things in the Office of Teaching, Leading, and Learning, but we're also doing things in other offices, in human resources, in our business and finance team. And so it's been a real collaboration in the district, and we'd like to help strengthen that across families and communities too. I'm going to pass this back over to Dr. Parks for Pillar C.
Thank you, Dr. Keogh. And I think it's worth reiterating here that as we talk about teaching, learning, and leadership, our intentional focus on principles as instructional leader, that isn't as simple as, hey, we got this, we're the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Leadership. It absolutely takes our entire district to look at how do we provide better supports, more timely supports, more efficient supports for our schools. And every one of our chiefs has come to the table with ideas that they can, from their department and their offices, support principals better. But this opportunity started last year about what if we supervised our principals, one of the high yield leadership people at the site, for instructional leadership, because we know it is our educators working with our students that we are going to get the greatest improvements for student learning outcomes. So we began this work last year, and one of the things that we have really emphasized in the new model, and Dr. Enfield alluded to this, that school performance plan, that isn't just something that the principal writes and puts on a shelf, and come mid-year they look at it again, and come into the year check it off. The process now is very meaningful to the community to be engaged, to teachers to be engaged, to contribute to that plan. And the emphasis that we are having when we go schools, the associate chiefs, is making sure that those school performance plans are directly aligned to our strategic plan. And a lot of the conversations we're having now is what you're doing in your school performance plan going to have a trajectory about meeting excellence targets, because those excellence targets are what we are striving for. As you have likely heard, our associate chiefs are in schools almost literally every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in support of their principals as instructional leaders. And I encourage you, when you're out as trustees, to ask principals, how is this new focus of principal instructional model supporting you going compared to the previous model? Because I've gone out and been with our associate chiefs and been in schools. All of them have conducted at least 4 or 5 collaborative visits with their principals. I can attest, as the one who is responsible for the associate chiefs and directors, that we're taking this service model extremely seriously. And by that I mean we have the entire year scope and sequenced out so that every single associate chief, you can assure, is asking the same questions and the same expectations, a very coherent approach about what they expect from principals as instructional leaders. There isn't any room for, hey, I want to do it this way because this is how we used to do it. Want to highlight some of the work that our secondary associate chiefs are going to be doing this month. Last summer, in collaboration with the continuous improvement Joe Ernst's department, we invited our principals and we looked at how we were monitoring their graduates, and we got input from our principals about how we could change that. And it came to very much a streamlined process where this year our secondary associate chiefs are going out in the coming weeks to start grad rate monitoring, and they're looking at factors not just about where kids are at with grades, but they're looking at attendance, they're looking at college and career readiness. And through that process of engaging with the Continuous Improvement Office, we have new reports that our principals can access based on their requests for new data to help monitor our grad rates. And it's not just happening for seniors and juniors, it's happening at every level that we're looking at how is each and every student doing. And a little subtle shift, as an area superintendent, I used to do grad monitoring, and it was more about me getting the information. In our new model with principals and instructional leaders, we are asking our principals to facilitate those meetings, and we're providing them feedback about how they might improve and the things that we see as strengths. So they have another opportunity there. As you might expect.
President Smith, thank you. Dr. Parks, I just want to add one thing to your excellent presentation of the work that the associate chiefs are doing. I think it's also important to note that this is really about creating learning-focused partnerships between associate chiefs and their principals. This is about building shared leadership between central office and buildings focused on instruction, and building coherence and consistency across our system. Because, and this is where our friend Kaylin Evans giggles with delight, because when we have this coherence and consistency, there are fewer instances where staff say, well, Principal Rodriguez doesn't make me do that, but Principal Smith makes me do that. We're really trying to get on the agreed upon practices and expectations, and our associate chiefs in partnership with principals are leading that charge. I just, it's not like the snazzy bells and whistles kind of work that gets a lot of attention, but it's so critically important, and they really have embraced this and are doing a great job of it, and I just needed to say that publicly.
Thank you. I want to build on that just a little, that also for that coherence piece this month, our associate chiefs will be having questions around how did your students do on iReady? What are you doing at your grade levels to address the learning gaps? How are your students doing in participating in the MyPath? So we're always coming back to our strategies and monitoring how they're doing. And all of them are, when they walk through, and this is for both levels, what are you seeing in your classrooms? What feedback and support are you providing for your teachers to meet those expectations for high quality instruction? For our comprehensive support schools and targeted support schools, we do provide more intensive supports in the name of TNTP, the New Teacher Project. They're directly involved with those schools, providing an external support, again, focused on making sure that we are seeing high quality instruction. And then our professional growth plans. I want to highlight this because it hasn't happened in a long time. For the first time ever, we are able to when we create with our principals professional growth plans, which is where this is about the principal and the learning that they're going to do, is that we're able to align their learning to a strategic plan as well as their SPP. So we're really working to be very coherent in our approach about why we're undergoing professional learning and creating professional growth plans. We're doing very similar processes with our evaluations in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Leadership, making sure that our learning is in service of our schools to better support them. I want to highlight also some of the work that we are seeing from our talent and professional growth under Dr. Mason, making very serious investments in our mentor program. These are now for our mentors. They're 2-year cohort programs where to become a mentor teacher, you go through a 2-year process so that you can mentor new teachers. It really is going to help with the onboarding and strengthening how we bring teachers on board. Pause a second. Oh. Also, with our educator pathways, as you heard from our ESP employees, they very happy about their new contract, but we always are working on our opportunities for our employees to have career advancement. So for our ESP employees who you heard from earlier about their contract, we want pathways for some of them to become teachers if they choose that. We want pathways for our teachers to become learning facilitators or to become administrators, assistant principals, principals, or central office leaders. So our talent and professional growth department is leading that charge, and also want to highlight that they have worked on a manual, so to speak, about the onboarding process where all of our offices play a role in the onboarding process, and that as a district, we all play key roles in making sure new employees feel welcome, similar to what we're doing for our Promise for Students. We know them by name, we know them by strength, and we support their success.
I know we were going to take questions after the pillars, but this section is quite large. So no, it's okay, Trustee Mayberry, go for it. It's okay.
I think I forgot about that because, yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Okay, it's a very large section.
From one handsome bald guy to the other.
That never gets old, Adam.
I appreciate all your comments, and on this particular pillar, I wanted to get your feedback on some of the feedback that I've heard. Not a lot, but from time to time, I'll hear from teachers that feel that they may be being micromanaged, and it doesn't, and that they're not allowed to use creativity, or the strengths that they may have. And so when we talked about coherency, that's what came to my mind. And I'm just, there's a fine line between coherency and being micromanaged. So I'm interested in your perspective, or the deputies, with respect to our educators, and just ensuring that, in fact, that they can teach to their strengths, that they're, that they can go out of the box in some of the curriculum that they present. Do you have any reaction to that?
Having been a teacher, a principal, and an area superintendent, yeah, I can share some insights. And it's coming from my perspective, so take it for what it's worth. We are public education, and we are held to the standards of the criterion which we call Nevada Academic Content Standards. As a public school system, those are the standards we're held accountable for. So we don't have academic freedom to choose as we wish. When you get to a level courses, opportunities, there's a lot of academic freedom. So I could, having the experience, yeah, it can happen. I think our associate chiefs are working with ways to make sure that our teachers are meaningfully engaged in creating those expectations, and that we always do, when we talk about school performance plans, when we talk about our focus for walkthroughs, that we make sure we are doing that with our teachers, and that we make sure we get their insights and input about how they see we should approach it so that it's very manageable, and we get the buy-in on the front end, and not approach it as I'm the principal, I make the expectations around here and you meet them. So we're always going to work with our principals to help them make sure that they're getting the input and buy-in before creating a bona fide expectation about what we're going to be seeing in classrooms and the pacing of the curriculum.
Team, I would also add that, one of our roles is to know where we need to get tight and where we need to be a little bit loose. And so the new model that we are implementing across the district, if I had to summarize it, really elevates educators. It honors them as experts. And so what you were just saying, in my opinion, this really is an opportunity for teachers and school leaders to focus on instructional excellence. And that really allows them to, yes, lean into their strengths, and at the same time have the district be really clear on these are our high expectations, and here's what high quality instruction looks like. So that's where we're going to get really tight. Here's what high quality instruction looks like. Now how they get there, that's going to be based on their expertise. So we are honoring the expertise of our educators, and that's really the model. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear, I think. Thank you.
All right, so here, just want to real quickly highlight the last two bullets. Spoke a little bit about this, but as a district, we've made heavy investments in upgrading our instructional materials. That does include iReady. It is a supplementary tool, and I spoke to you a little bit about the core materials that we've adopted in middle school. Also want to highlight another opportunity from operations. As of today, we have 1,700 purchased Promethean boards that will be installed this year. And yes, this is much more engaging for our students who are very much tech savvy and can interact with the Promethean boards. I'll turn it over back to Dr. Keogh.
Thank you, team. So we will wrap up with our final pillar, culture of excellence and accountability. There, as Dr. Parks and Dr. Enfield have discussed, there is more attention and supports built in for monitoring the work that we're doing at all grade levels for helping to ensure students graduate on time. In particular, if you look at the very right, that is from our data system. We call it BIG. And one thing to highlight for you all is that we actually have one of the most comprehensive data systems in the entire state. And that's important to note because school leaders use this. They receive training on this. It includes academic data as well as mental behavioral data, chronic absenteeism data. So this is in real time, and it allows our teammates to adjust so that we're providing the appropriate supports for students so that they can be set up for success. In particular, you've also heard Dr. Parks talk about how we've realigned the Office of Teaching, Leading, and Learning, wanted to highlight very briefly that we're doing that across all different offices. Okay, we're focusing attention on how we change how we do our daily work. And that's important for you to know because we're not doing the same things. We're going to create a network liaison for each of our associate chiefs so that they have targeted supports for each of their different schools. And I want to pause very quickly because when I said that this is based on the latest research, evidence, and data, it's really what higher performing education systems are doing. They're redesigning the work that they do and saying we're going to work in service to schools and we're going to prioritize principals as instructional leaders. That's what we're doing too. Finally, we are going to engage in cycles of continuous improvement. So using our associate chief networks, we're going to conduct quarterly coaching supports. This is an opportunity for all of the different offices across the districts to hear what the needs are for each of the different schools and for the networks, and then to target our supports so that we meet their needs. In addition, we have schools that are federally designated as some of our lowest performing schools across the state. Dr. Parks had spoken about that a little bit earlier, comprehensive support and improvement schools. We have designed interventions to then provide, again, targeted supports for these schools so that we can meet their needs. And then finally, you've heard us talk about some of the things that we've shifted for staff retention and recruitment. So you've heard about zero-day benefits, but some of the other things that we're doing is we're partnering up with organizations so that we can recruit more effectively. We're also building the talent pipeline by strengthening our partnerships with higher ed institutions so that we can help to inform the type of training that they provide to our teachers, our paraprofessionals, counselors, and other high needs areas. And then finally, there's assistance at the classroom level too for our new teachers and developing teachers. I'm going to wrap this up by just saying that the process for the school performance plan, you've heard about this, but we are making sure that it's not just a process. And then you've heard me talk at the last BOT meeting about expanding the research and support that we provide, research and evaluation support that we provide not just to the district but to schools. That's going to help us figure out what's working, why is it working, for whom is it working, under what conditions, and how do we adjust those things so that we really meet the needs of our individual students. And then finally, Mr. Mark Mathers would be happy to hear this, but I wanted to flag that we do have a process for strategic budgeting. And that's important for this work too, because really the way that we manage grants, the way that we manage our funds, we are fully leveraging public education dollars. We are maximizing it so that we can meet the schools. So that's how we're going to hold ourselves accountable for excellence. I am now going to pass this to Dr. Mike Paul, who is going to share a little bit more about our strategies within schools.
If we could pause really quick, I know we promised everybody a question period after the pillars, so I wanted to give everybody a question to ask questions on the pillars. One thing that I will mention, and Dr. Keogh, I appreciate that you started off your section with this because we sit here not just as people in service to the district, but also to parents. And I would like you to know that I really enjoy the iReady data a lot. My son's in 7th grade. We all got an announcement from the principal that said, make sure to ask your student. These materials are coming home. It was the Friday before fall break. I knew as a parent to ask for those papers, which were shoved in to his binder, and we got those out. We looked at them. They informed me as a parent. I found that to be very, very valuable, and I appreciate the opportunity to further my own partnership with my students' education. So thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I'd like to hear more about the liaison network teams.
Sure, thank you. So we've started some of the foundational pieces. So for example, within our Office of Talent and Professional Growth Systems, we have created now talent partners. And talent partners are going to be paired up with each of our associate chief networks to help with hiring, recruitment, and retention. What that could also look like is ensuring that there is, one of the things that we proposed with our $10 million budget for the strategic plan is increasing the number of school improvement professionals from our district providing targeted school improvement supports. It could look like having an EL specialist for each of our different networks. So high-performing districts across the nation have basically using the resources that we currently have redesigned roles and really focused their attention now on providing targeted supports to schools. That's what we're doing. And so it might seem like, what does this look like? But I can assure you, and I think the associate chiefs would agree with this, I think their daily jobs are changing. Right? So that's what it really means. We're changing how people do our daily work so that we are in service to schools and meeting the needs of students and families.
Thank you. I think it was in Pillar B where we're introducing to parents the concept of the iReady, and so that they're familiar with that. And a tool is only as good as the knowledge is that goes behind to utilize the tool and what the tool is being used for. Are we really strongly letting the parents know how important it is to stay on top of not just iReady? I mean, obviously iReady is super important because we're getting feedback on where a student is and where their strengths and weaknesses are. But are we taking every opportunity to remind parents to really stay on top of the information that we're getting on a weekly, monthly basis with, for example, the iReady? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Westlake. So to kick off the year, we worked on creating very clear expectations for how we were going to utilize this tool, iReady. And within that, one of the markers we set was if we're going to make this an event, we are going to help our families understand what it means. So coming up here at the end of the month, we have our first fall parent-teacher conferences. And Dr. Sandy Aird, who leads our assessment department, she has been working on making absolute sure that when we sit down for a parent-teacher conference, that I'm not talking acronyms and our famous educator ease to our parents. We're going to help them make meetings. So if I may, could I ask her to provide a more comprehensive what that's going to look like, because we're across our district, we have set the expectation that if you have a child in K through 8, you're going to be having a conversation with your teacher or teachers around iReady reading and math.
President Smith, board members, Sandy Aird, Director of Assessment for the record. Dr. Parks did a very nice overview of what we've been working on. I must give credit also to our family school partnership department and Delisa Crane, who is the director of that department. We have worked very closely on providing elementary schools with a toolkit for parent-teacher conferences, how to run the reports, making sure reports are ready for parents. It's a parent-friendly report that is actually provided by curriculum associates so that they can go over that report with their parents at parent-teacher conferences. We have also worked with the middle school principals to come up with a plan for communicating with parents when we get growth data. So after the second diagnostic, that's the really exciting one because we see the growth of the students, and working with them on providing all the parents in middle school the printed out reports so that parents see the growth their students have had. I'm also, the other piece that I'm working on very hard is working with, again, parent-school partnerships, family school partnerships, my apologies, with parent meetings or parent meetings, university, I lost the word, sorry. Parent University, thank you. We have 4 on the books right now to go out and explain to those parents at those schools, this is what the report says, this is how you can read the report. I'll make a public statement. I encourage more schools to organize that Parent University so we can come out, talk to parents, and have that conversation. So that's a goal of mine, and hopefully we can make good on that goal. So yes, we are working very hard with parents.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have 2 statements I want to make. This right here in Pillar B, it's very impressive. I think it's intelligent. It's a smart move for us to know the demographics of our whole school district and where we're going, and to be prepared to deal with these families that are related to these students that we have. And then my second comment is related to our directors and associate chiefs. I can't say enough that I deeply appreciate all of you. I know that I've had interaction with Don and Melinda, and I've seen you out there at the schools, and you can't have a CEO directly trying to get her ideology and her idea directly to the principals without an army in between. So to have that consistency, you have to have that. So I'm deeply appreciative of the directors and associate chiefs, and I really like what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Now, I have a whole bunch of comments. This is just on this pillar.
Not just this pillar, this section of all the pillars. So,
Yeah, I'll wait till the end.
okay.
Well,
We have a school presentation next.
So,
Okay.
but there'll be more opportunities. So this is a good point for questions or comments around pillars, although we could come back to it. Then we're going to be doing our school spotlight and then wrapping it up. So if you want to break it up, you can. If you want to hold it, you can. But we are talking about the pillars right now. So if you have something specific to this, it's a good time, or you can wait. Totally up to you.
Just to pontificate as I do on overall quality of education and the scores. So I guess I'll wait on that as long as I get that opportunity.
Absolutely, you will. All right, let's move on to our school spotlight.
All right.
Dr. Pelletier, you are a good sport. I hope someone gave you carbs in the background to keep you going.
All right. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and Board of Trustees. My name is Mike Paul. I'm Associate Chief for Elementary Education. And for this part of the presentation, I am very pleased to be able to spotlight one of our outstanding schools that I just happen to have the pleasure of working with on a regular basis. So I'm very honored to be able to present this part. So I have the principal of Alice Maxwell Elementary School here with me today, Dr. Raquel Peltier. So Alice Maxwell Elementary School in Sparks, Nevada is one of our Title I schools. And they qualify as a Community Eligibility Provision School, or a CEP school, which means that they qualify, all of the students there, 100% of the students qualify for free breakfast and lunch every day. And also with that, they're 71% Hispanic population and 80% minority population as a whole. With that, we see all of the data slides that we saw definitely raise some points of opportunity for us. And one of the reasons why we wanted to spotlight Maxwell, in light of all of the opportunities and challenges we face across the district, Maxwell stands out, and they continue year after year to rise in achievement in all populations of the school that they have. So definitely some amazing things that are going on at Maxwell. A couple of those points that are here on the screen that you see that I wanted to highlight before Dr. Peltier gets a chance to go over some of the outstanding strategies that are happening at her school. The first one there, I think, really stands out, and the first point goes along with the nice little picture at the bottom, is according to iReady. Last year, Maxwell was one of the first schools to adopt iReady and use it last year before the rest of the district. This year, kind of a pilot school, I guess you could say, for the program along with Stead Elementary School. And with iReady over the course of last year, you can see the little bars at the bottom there. a tremendous amount of students, and this is all grade levels, not just in our traditionally tested upper grade levels, 3rd through 5th grade, as we do with the Smarter Balanced Assessment. Almost triple the number of students grew throughout this course of last year to be reading on or above grade level as measured by iReady. And so I thought that was a pretty significant impact on students in increasing proficiency in reading. So you can see down at the bottom there with iReady from November, a small little green bar, and then moving into May on the diagnostic, quite a larger green bar, meaning students reading on or above grade level. So quite a significant accomplishment there according to the iReady diagnostic assessment.
We're going to pause on that and give you a round of applause. This is the work we're talking about right now, and you're doing it.
Yes. And in addition, a couple of more points that are up there as well. If you see those next 2 points according to SBA, the assessments that we have there for them, the highest, and this is all 66 of our elementary schools, Maxwell had the highest number of English language arts growth among all multilingual learners in our district. So this is growth measures. So our EL students, the highest growth in this is in English language arts, so a very huge accomplishment for Maxwell there as well. And also amongst all of our elementary schools, out of the 66 schools, they had the 6th highest trajectory of students moving towards proficiency for their in English language arts as well. And then in the third one that's up there for a point of celebration, according to the access scores, that is the assessment for English language learners who have been receiving, who are qualified as English language learners receiving additional supports. These are students who are testing out of being qualified as English language learners, so they no longer need those supports and categorized as needing those supports. And they had double the percentage of multilingual learners testing out of those supports, meaning they're learning to such high levels that they don't need those supports anymore. So some pretty significant gains that they have made. So very nice job, Dr. Peltier, or Dr. P as she is referred to at school. So very nice job. So with those data points that I am honored to share, I'm going to turn it over to her now, and she is going to go over some of the great things that are happening at Maxwell that are allowing for that student success.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Thank you, President Smith, and thank you, Board of Trustees. We have a lot of great things, and I'm going to talk about some of the highlights of why we've had success over the years. One of them is that we mean all. So all students and all staff are invested in the success of the students. That includes everyone. For example, we have intervention groups for 1st and 2nd grade every day during the day. The assistant principal has a group. I have a group. Librarian has a group. EL facilitator has a group. All the teachers have a group every day, and those are sacred times where we conduct the interventions or enrichment with the students. We allow students to come in early for iReady. It used to be Dreambox. This year it's iReady, to come in early since 8 a.m. And everyone partakes in the supervision, the secretary, the SFC, the counselor, whoever is passing by, to make sure that the students are, on track and behaving in the cafeteria. We believe that, excellence. Everybody has to have excellence, and we have to work hard for it, which leads us right into our high expectations and no excuses. We believe that every student can be successful, and our goal is that students, after 180 days, have to leave with at least 1 year's growth, because they were there for 180 days. But those students who are there that are falling, that have, are behind, they need to make at least 1.5 growth in order to eventually catch up. So that is, there's no excuses. There's no, the parents don't help. This has happened. No, everyone, we control what we can control, which is the maximum 4 hours and 45 minutes of instruction that we can have on a day. And that is where everyone has to be in and have those high expectations for the students and for ourselves. we believe every student can be successful, and that is a very personal thing to me. I was a EL learner. I went to kindergarten not speaking English, and I know the value of a good education. And if I can be successful, then there's no reason why every student that comes through can't be successful. So we preach that every day. It's a competition in school. Everything's a friendly competition. The different grade levels have teams. You know, third grade is the dream team, or the A team. Fourth grade is the dream team. Everything is a friendly competition. Who did better, whose kids performed better, who had the most participation. So it adds to the fun and to that expectation that if we're going to play the game, we always play to win. So everyone needs to be on board for that. Along with that, you know, is the strong relationships. It's not just the relationship between parents and students, or parents and staff, but staff with staff, staff with students. The importance of, you know, greeting students every day by name. Hi, welcome back, Jack. Oh, good to see you. Oh, you were absent yesterday. We're so glad you're feeling better, that you're back. We've made it this year that, you know, there is no traffic, but people still come late. So we don't close the gates until all the cars are done, because it just facilitates everyone just going into the classroom without having to go through the office. The students are happy. The parents know that they're welcome. Even if they had a rough morning, the students are welcome, and we're there to greet them and let them come into school. So we work all of that. The goal is always positive. We have our slogans at school. Every day is a fun learning day, and we end that. Every announcement, and the morning announcements always end with, there are two types of students, those who attend Maxwell and those who wish they could. So the students really buy into that, and they really, and the staff, and everyone knows that, you know, you come to Maxwell to be happy. So we like to do that with that. We build our master schedule so that there's always a 30-minute block at every grade for interventions or enrichments, so that all the students participate in intervention or enrichments every day. And that facilitates for the group's intervention, for iReady to be completed in the higher grades, but during that same time, teachers can pool groups and work with them if they're not working well on their personalized path. It also solidifies that the students will have the set amount of minutes for the ELA block, the set amount of minutes for the math block. So there is no interpretation, there is no movement around. Everyone knows, okay, if a counselor needs to work with a student, well, let me check on their schedule. What's a better time to pull them as opposed to during a vital instruction during the day? And like Uriah alluded to when he spoke earlier today, we provide a lot of opportunities for our students to be involved. He mentioned that he's in Kindness Crew, Peacekeepers. We have a student voice program. We have a math club. We have robotics. We have a soccer team. So all of these things build that community with the students, that they feel that they are a member of the community and that they can participate. And it grows their pride in the school. They're proud of their school, they're proud of what they're doing, they perform better, and they work harder, and it's all kind of like a cycle. We have a very strong PLC culture. PLC, the schedule is also, the master schedule goes in with this, is created so that specials every morning from 9:45 to 10:45, there is a different PLC depending on the grade level. So it's during the day. I sit in on the PLCs. The EL facilitator sits in on the PLCs. So it is a group effort, and it's very concentrated on the data, you know, how the students are. We know the students. We're all vested in it, so we can have those conversations and work on the planning and really working on setting those learning intentions and the success criteria so that the students know what so not that we know also, but that the students know what they're learning, why they're learning that, and how they will know that they learned it. So what steps, you know, this is the first step, this is the second step until they master that standard. And we also have a lot of professional learning. We have a culture where we share ideas. I'm listening to this podcast or this webinar, and did you read this book? And we have book studies. And we've had a lot of in-house professional development on the science of reading and on explicit instruction, because our goal is always say, We can all get better. We can all get better at our craft. So let's learn what the research says and try to implement that in our classrooms. The worst thing that could happen is that it didn't go well. We go back and we look at it again and try to get it better. So we have a big focus on that professional learning. We have our teachers, 3 of our teachers are in the Lemelson master's program. So we encourage that everybody grow in their profession. And the last thing is recognizing and celebrating success. It's so important that everybody feels validated for what they do. So we give out pins to staff for anything that, different pins, say good job, exemplary, whatever it takes that they can put on their lanyards based on things that they do outside of their regular responsibilities. And I never knew, I've done this for years, never knew how excited teachers get about this and how they're like, oh my God, I finally got a pin. So they collect their pins, but we also celebrate student successes. We give out certificates. We call them down and recognize them. We just had the fall break iReady challenge. Who could meet their goal over fall break? They all got a certificate today. Everyone who met their goals received a certificate today, and they were entered into a raffle, and they'll get whoever gets picked out of the raffle will have a Happy Meal as their reward. And we had about 25 students who worked on iReady over fall break on their own and met their goals. So we really do, and we use social media to promote our successes, and we encourage our parents and the community to follow us so that they can see all of the great things that are happening at Maxwell. Thank you.
Principal Smith, I just thank you, Principal Smith, President Smith, Principal P. I'm sorry about that. I also just want to say part of the celebrating success that Principal P is excellent at is she has a mean social media game, and she is the one behind it. So if you're not following Maxwell Bulldogs, you're missing out.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and you can see why we picked Maxwell for the first Spotlight School of the year, so very nice job. Okay.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to say, in having visited Alice Maxwell as one of my schools, Principal Peltier always comes across so humble and just appreciative of her staff and of her students. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing there, because when you enter your school, you feel that energy. It's not like all crazy. It's just a positive energy, and you really feel the community that you've grown there. So thank you so very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we're going to turn it back over. Thank you.
Yeah, so that brings us to our wrap-up comments. So many of us took advantage of the opportunity to ask questions and to make statements along the way. I know this has been a big, long item. Well worth it, though. Nothing more important than this conversation. So now we'll just kind of wrap it up. If anyone feels that they haven't already said something, you certainly don't have to weigh in, because like I said, many of us had the opportunity as we went. But the first person I'd like to invite is, of course, Trustee Church.
Thank you. Yeah, I did remain fairly silent, and I'm doing kind of a lot of research back and forth as we went through this, looking at some of the state data. And so I said this last week, it's pretty much, or last meeting, pretty much repetitious. The results are dismal. We have, and I think we face that, but the results are dismal. We're down year after year, and all indicators. There's a mythical creature I call the earbud that sometimes will deal with one agenda issue and say ACT scores, or one issue, ACT scores, and people go, yeah, but. And then I say, well, what about the 4-star? Well, yeah, the 5-star, 4-star, 1-star, yeah, but when all the indicators show us moving in the wrong direction, we have to wake up. This is the most important thing we do, is quality of education. So when 5-star ratings are down to 1, the number of schools has increased dramatically at 1-star rating. ACT, we're 17.1. We're worse than Mississippi. If we were school district, 17.1. If we were a state, we're worse than Mississippi. We're worse than the state average. The SBAC scores, we've moved in the wrong direction. Some well-respected sites, U.S. News, World Report, Scholaroo, some of the others all rate us dismally. The State Department of Education for Nevada rates us 50th. They have it on their line. This Department of Education rates Nevada, not school district, 50th worst in the nation. And that's based on a GWIN report. So we have to wake up and say, what can we do? And we did hear some of that, some very promising things there about what we can do. But, and I'll point out, so one of the things I was looking at was people kept saying, yeah, but COVID. No, I looked at 2018, 2019, before COVID. We were 46% ELA proficiency, 31% math proficiency. So we can't blame COVID for that. That was before COVID. COVID's over. I do think that there's a nexus, however small or great. I believe there is a nexus to chronic absenteeism and restorative credit or credit recovery. I think the kids know D is for diploma, so they don't have to show up at class. And on that line, and again, I'm talking a lot, but I waited till the end. I believe, as far as I know, it's perfectly legal for school districts, us or anybody, to do a resolution. It's not binding on the legislature, it's not binding on the Department of Education, but we can do resolutions and say, it's our opinion that get rid of restorative credit. It's our opinion get rid of ACT or move ACT to 12th grade, not 11th, whatever it is. That's our responsibility to do those resolutions, even if they're non-binding. And I think the biggest thing is until we deal, let me back up here. As I said last meeting, some of the minor stuff we're doing is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It's so minor, it's worthless. It's not going to have any influence on maybe moving a score up 0.01. We've got to deal with the violence in schools, the discipline. Now, I know we have a new discipline manual, so we'll see. But I'm not content waiting 3 or 4 years to see a general move in the direction of improving education. I want to see it today. I want to see it the next month. I want to see things improve. Thank you, because I mean that. And we've got to deal with the violence and the discipline in the schools. We've got to deal with the drugs in the schools. And it's there. We, again, head in the sand denial. We've got to deal with parental involvement, and that came up today. I want those, if the kid's absent, I want those kids and, the parent there. I want the parent in school. We've got to deal with the chronic absenteeism. And again, even for Maxwell, it's a wonderful school, but even for Maxwell, it has 26% chronic absenteeism, according to the state. 46%, 46.9 math proficiency. That's a lot better than a lot of the other schools, but there's so much more room for improvement. So again, I just think we got to recognize things are dismal. We have to stop rearranging the deck chairs. We have to do whatever it takes now, not moving in baby steps. And I'll just say it one more time and then I'm done. We got to deal with the violence and discipline in school. We got to deal with the drugs in school. We got to deal with the absenteeism. We got to deal with the parental involvement, because that's all there. And I really think we have to, summary, we have to concentrate on what's commonly known as the 3 R's and critical thinking and nothing else. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Church. I absolutely share your sentiments about the severity of these issues and how important they are, but I do want to put out on the record that I do not believe that the Washoe County School District is the Titanic. I just want us to be really careful about the analogies that we make. Clerk Rodriguez.
I guess on the topic, while we're, how we feel and what we think, I really don't think that young lady up there is dismal, Trustee Church. I do think we are dealing a lot with our drugs and alcohol. I think we're dealing with our violence. Did we not just approve to hire on 8 more officers? Did we not just approve to bring on more campus monitors? Are we not addressing this with our strategic plan? Are we not funding dollars into our future? So I do believe that we are doing everything that we possibly can. And for someone that's been here 5 months longer than I have, what have we been going through? We've been going through COVID. We've been dealing with these things, and I have seen in our schools parents' involvement. I've seen our schools open up, and I've been hearing from our staff that things are 10 times better than what they were 2 years ago.
Trustee Mayberry, and we'll go ahead and wrap this up.
Yeah, thank you, President Smith. I just want to echo some of those comments. I think we have to be very careful on how we characterize this district, when we use words like dismal or failure, I think it behooves us to remember that many of the problems and challenges that are facing this district, every other district in this nation is facing the same. I think that's easily lost. If you take a look at the executive summary that was provided in this particular agenda item, a lot of it matches up with exactly what's taking place across, across the nation. And I think that schools, districts continue to be used as a divisive topic in terms of a social political battleground, if you will. And I think it's wrong. I think we have to get past that. I think we have to be moderate voices and support our staff, and this district is doing some amazing things. We just learned today that Maxwell Elementary is the center of the universe in the Washoe County School District, and it is. So I don't want to quote Trustee Church, pontificate anymore either, but it really saddens and angers me to continue to propagate this idea of the quality of education being dismal. I mean, we need to lift our students up, our staff up, our educators up. We're doing great things. We know where the challenges are. We know where the problems are. We're addressing them. They're not going to be fixed overnight. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Mayberry. And so as we continue to go, I absolutely and we support the sharing and discourse, but I don't want to just circle around and reiterate things, okay? Trustee Westlake, and then we'll wrap it up with Trustee Church unless I see other lights, and then we'll continue to move on with our day. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I think everyone is truly alarmed, and we need to be alarmed. We are alarmed. That's why we're doing all of these steps. And I just want to also throw this out. The school district is not in a little bubble. Everything we see going on in the school district is going on out there in society also. And it infiltrates into our school district. And I would be hard pressed to say that society, that the state, that the federal government is addressing these issues even as hard as we are as a school district. I mean, we are really trying to move the needle. And in moving the needle in the school district, that is going to better our society and our community. And this is not something that is done overnight, but we are alarmed. We're taking steps. We're fighting a battle that's infiltrating from society, but we are doing those steps. We are going to fight those battles, but it does take time.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Church, let's wrap it up.
I'll try to wrap it up. I stand by my statement. Things are dismal. I'm not going to back down on that. It's absenteeism went from 25 to 31% over last year. Our proficiency in English went from 50 to 45. This is Washoe County. Math went from 26 to 22. We lost 1,369 students while Reno and Washoe was booming. I think that's because parents are disappointed in us and are pulling their kids out. The state of Nevada is last overall, almost every single study. So it's saying this is a nationwide problem, yeah, but how come we're last? How come we're not 30th? How come we're not 20th? How come we're not even 39th? So I stand by my statements. We've got to stop, and I'll make the statement again. We've got to stop rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. I stand by that. We've got to take firm, immediate action. That's my position. I'm not going to change it.
Thank you. You can absolutely have that position, and I admire that you feel so proudly about those statements. I mean, that represents you and your service. Dr. Enfield.
Yes, I know that we need to wrap this up, President Smith. Thank you. I do, though, looking out on the team of professionals that I am fortunate to work alongside every day, I do not want the last words they hear to be dismal and rearranging deck chairs, because respectfully, I think that minimizes the exceptional work that you are all doing. And I know that it goes beyond this room, but I'm looking at several people right now who put a lot of time and energy and honesty and thought into today's presentation. We know we have work to do. We are owning it. And I will say it again. Trustee Church, I agree with you. I'd love to see instant results tomorrow. But unfortunately, true improvement is not like cup of soup. We don't add water and have an instant meal. That's just not the way that it works. But I am confident in the people that I work alongside. I am confident in the strategies that we are collectively employing based on, as Dr. Keogh pointed out, national best practices. And I have faith in the teachers and the students in the Washoe County School District more than ever before. And I have no doubt that that when I say we are a district on the rise, I mean it. And so you just know your superintendent is proud of you, and I will continue to work alongside you until we have scores that we know truly reflect the brilliance of our students.
All right, thank you. Fantastic conversation, everyone. Thank you so much. This was something we really needed to do and really goes to the heart of why Dr. Nicolette and I moved and brought the Quality of Education series to these board meetings. All right, so that closes item 3.04 and brings us to section 4 now, our board reports. And we will start with our one and only Arabelle Deason, our student representative. Let's get some student voice in here.
Thank you, President Smith. All right, let's see. Well, Student Voice is doing some awesome things. Yesterday we had our treat at the Discovery Museum, and we played some games. We had some really, really awesome conversation. At our last Student Voice meeting, our regular meeting, we actually had the opportunity to split into 3 committees about 3 things that we feel are really big and we feel passionate about. So we have mental health, college and career readiness, and then equity and diversity. And in these committees, we kind of talk about the biggest issues that we're seeing within these topics and some goals that we have to try and help with them. So we had some really good conversations yesterday about that, and then we also have another meeting next Tuesday where we'll talk about it all more. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, but it's going great. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go ahead and move on to item 4.02, our board reports, and we're going to start with Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I will start off that I did get to enjoy a little bit of the fall break with my family, just like our staff, students, and families out there. I do want to circle back around and again celebrate our education support professionals in closing this agreement. I'm really happy, and I hope this is the first of many to come. I know many of us as trustees and district leadership staff advocated for proper funding for our students and our staff and our schools. And this is no one team, no one person. It was a series of this whole village that saw this through. I recall standing out in the cold of winter and the heat of summer at the Beliefs line. I know many of us were there, and a lot of our local electeds were there as well. I want to thank them. And we're calling on the Time for 20. But we didn't stop there. Many of us, trustees and Susan, thank you. I'm sorry, Superintendent Enfield, we went to Carson, we advocated, we talked to our legislators, we worked with our fellow electeds to get the word out. SB 231 is a big evidence of this commitment from the state. Kind of circling back around to one of the things that we could take ownership in is that we were in the state, country, least per pupil funded. So seeing this change is a lot of our commitment and evidence of our work. But this isn't just for salaries, this is also going to funding and fueling our strategic plan. This is funding and fueling our future and our students. So again, I want to thank my fellow trustees that were there. I know many of us were there, not all of us. And again, I want to thank Superintendent Enfield for a lot of the work that you did, especially being a new face of education in Nevada, which that's pretty awesome. So I will wrap it up. I did get into a school visit at Donner Springs. So I did get to visit our new principal. She was newly promoted, Principal Miggs. One of the reasons why I went to Donner Springs was my father, who doesn't know how to retire, is also a guest teacher there. So that was pretty fun. I'll share a selfie next board meeting. I did get to attend some back to school events and school musical, which I know former trustee Ellen Minetto loved music, and I did get to think about her a little bit. So I'm glad to see that music is alive and well in our schools. Yeah. And I do have some more school visits planned and a police ride along, and I just want to end thanking all of our staff. from the bus mechanics to the nutrition specialist out there in Sparks to all the way here to our district staff. I truly appreciate all of you, and I know you guys are kicking butt doing what you're all doing. I wholeheartedly, I mean that as a parent and as a proud trustee of this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I did also visit some of my schools. I visited Sparks High School, and I've committed to join in on the Sparks High School Super Saturdays. They do a lunch, and they make posters, and they're getting ready for the student voice, and I've committed to bringing lunch to the students and helping with the posters, although I did tell them I can only draw stick figures. I'd be better off used as something else, maybe hanging the posters, but I will attempt it, and I'm super excited about that, getting more involved, talk to some of the soccer players at Sparks High School, and I'm hoping they make it into the playoffs so that I can attend a playoff game, because I'll be gone when they're at some of the next soccer games. I'll be out of town, but I will make the playoffs if they also can get to that level. Robert Mitchell Elementary School, it's always a pleasure. That school, just, I don't know if I mentioned, but my uncle and my mother attended Robert Mitchell. And it's just, I love that building, that it's still standing. It's such a jewel for our district. Alice Maxwell, again, I learned that they were a pilot for iReady. Principal Peltier, she is so humble, though. It's just like, yeah, we were the pilot for iReady. I mean, she's just amazing. Lois Allen, Esther Bennett, Sun Valley. I got to read again, started my reading service at Sun Valley Elementary. I wanted to mention they did this project. It's called Sunshine in My Pocket, and they have like 4 little suns, and they passed them out to different students, and then the students would go up to, asking students, do you have sunshine in your pocket? And if they said yes, they'd given it. It's kind of like Hot Potato, who ended up with the sunshine in their pocket. They won a prize, but they had a music theme for every day. So that day was Sunshine in My Pocket, was the song Sunshine in My Pocket. So that was cool. I went to the WEA social get-together. Amazing, yes, along with President Smith, Trustee Rodriguez, who else was there? Yes, Trustee Mayberry. Just wonderful to get to know more of our teachers. I'm looking forward to also possibly reading to the second graders, at least one second grade class. A teacher there wants me to go in at Sun Valley Elementary School, and I just think it's such an amazing opportunity to touch these children's lives and be part of their growth. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Church, you're up.
Thank you. I had a number of school visits and also some of the choir and band events. I will confess, one of them, I got my schedule wrong. I showed up at an empty parking lot. I'm probably not the only one that's ever done that, but it happens when you just put it on the calendar on the wrong day. But I did attend some of the wonderful band events and choir. It was just really, really, really inspiring. That said, I want to circle back on an issue that came up a couple weeks ago regarding the alleged shoplifting by youth at Rayleigh's and some of the other markets. The reason I want to circle back is Channel 2, KTVN, did a absolute, and I've been doing this a long time, one of the worst news stories I've ever seen in my entire career. It was just a complete hatchet job. It basically indicated there were no problems, all the kids had receipts, there were no police reports on file. Well, I'm going to read the official statement in part, because I only have 3 minutes, from Rayleigh's. We are looking into the ongoing theft issue during lunch hour. We have been working with the Washoe County school officials, and we feel confident that together we will identify solutions to mitigate the situation. So to say it's not a problem is calling Rayleigh's a liar. I went and I saw it with my own eyes. It was a minority of kids, and some people have said that somebody said it was a horde of locusts and 100 kids. Well, maybe somebody said that, but it wasn't me. So those people that have accused me of that owe me an apology, which of course they refused to do. I didn't say it, and so again, an apology would be appreciated, but I don't expect to get it. I did see a minority of kids involved in suspicious activity, eating the food there. You weigh the food, you pay by the pound, eating the food and walking out without approaching a register. I did see kids picking food and items out of the shelves and walking straight out the door. It was suggested that I take pictures. You want me, an elderly, relatively elderly person, I don't feel too bad, but you want me to follow them to the parking lot and take pictures of them so they can come assault me or run me over? I don't think that's going to happen. They asked why there were no pictures. No police report. It's not my business to do a police report. I'm not the victim. If Rayleigh's doesn't want to report it, that's fine. But I approached the manager, and they confirmed it was a serious problem, and it continues to be a problem, although I think the kids have kind of laid low because it's on social media. But in my remaining time, I just wanted to make clear I didn't make those comments that were attributed by some. It is a problem. It's a problem that can be dealt with. It's not the majority of the kids. It's a minority of kids in terms of numbers. But I wanted to set that straight because KTVN really did a disservice. Thank you.
Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I have something here that's going to pop up on the screen here in a second. If you indulge me. So I just want to introduce you to Scarlett Rose Zuluaga Woodley. She was born this weekend, and yeah, I'm a grandfather now. So. Thank you. So, okay, now let's get back to work. So, since our last meeting, I attended our quarterly meeting for the NIAA, the Nevada Interscholastic Athletic Association, representing Region 1, which is Washoe County, Northern Nevada. We had the meeting in Las Vegas. Every quarter, we switch between Las Vegas and Washoe County. I want to thank Mr. Tony Marini, who is our parent representative for Washoe County. He is also, as required, he is a parent of a student athlete. I think we did good by selecting him, especially when he found us some tickets to a Golden Knights game while we were down there. So he was definitely the right parent. Thank you. So some of the topics we discussed, the NIAA actually flew Dr. Murray from the School of Public Health at our university here in Nevada to fly down to Vegas and give us some briefing and some education related to concussion protocols for our football and other athletic activities such as soccer. Also heat, acclimatization, make sure that we don't have, especially with the two-a-days, make sure that we put things in place to make sure that it's safe for the kids and we don't have any heat stroke. Another topic of discussion was shot clocks for basketball, high school basketball, so it's coming. Maybe in the next year or two, it will be required. Some of the topics that I discussed that I had some concerns with was there was a requirement for the shot watch taker to be 18 years or older, and I expressed opposition to that. We have a lot of smaller counties, school districts that they actually have teenagers, students that actually, take scores and other information. Hiring someone over 18 sometimes is not that easy, especially in the weekends when you have the games. Then we also have the mandate of backboard mounted. That's about $5,000 per backboard, so that can be expensive. So my hope is that they'll have other options for smaller school districts that probably can't afford it. And then lastly, the deadline, which we requested 25/26 to just make it a deadline date, so that way all the school districts have time to be prepared. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Just piggyback on Trustee Woodley a little bit. I did have it's football season, so I've had an opportunity to watch some of our high school football games since fall break, and bump into a lot of our staff during that time too. It's a lot of fun, and I appreciate the camaraderie. I had a chance to attend the WEA Wednesday, as Trustee Westlake pointed out. It was good to see so many educators there. I toured Vaughn Middle School, spent time with Principal Mandy Lovehouse, Vaughn, as you know, is going to be getting a new school building in about 3 years, and they're very happily preparing for that. It's also our middle school that's designated for our deaf and hard of hearing students. And September was Deaf Awareness Month, and I had a chance to have a conversation with one of our 6th graders through a sign language interpreter. So it was a wonderful opportunity. Also attended Echo Loaders Elementary School's First Responder Day. It was good to see Trustee Rodriguez and President Smith there, honor our local police and fire agencies. And I did meant to thank as well Mr. Ernst, Dr. Davidson, Dr. Parks, Dr. Keogh, and all of you that had a role in the presentation today of education. There's just a tremendous amount of data and strategies that have been put in place. And again, I appreciate the time. I know it took a tremendous amount of time and effort, and I appreciate the continued dedication and help. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Dr. Diane Nicolette.
Thank you. And I will expand on that. I look forward to the good news that's going to follow in our quality of education reports, you know, in this year, because it's going to happen. I can feel it, and I hear that good things are happening, and I believe it, I trust it, and I can hardly wait to watch it in action. I will tell you that the good news is I didn't do 3 school visits or attend 3 activities because I was sick as a dog. And it was right before fall break, and I thought, man, I get people sick, I'm going to be hung by my... So I canceled things, unfortunately, but I'm back in the swing now. And to that, as your representative for the Nevada Association of School Boards, as I'm on the executive committee, we interviewed 2 companies, consultants, for our, believe it or not, 2025 legislative session. And we will be bringing that to the rest of the committee, and Trustee Church is part of that as well to vote on, and we will move forward. So I will say that I was a little surprised. I felt like we were like jumping the gun, but I was all wrong, totally wrong on that one. I met with the executive director and the educational director for Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, and I will tell you, I learned a whole lot about what they're doing in our schools, and teachers love them, parents love them, our students love them. They have 3 modules that, if you get a chance, go on their website, ktmb.org, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. There's 3 modules that they work with. You're going to love these names. They do Waste Warriors, which is K through 5. They do Weed Warriors, which is K through 2 and 3 through 5. And then they do Watershed Warriors, which is kindergarten through 5th grade. And they did some science experiment for me while we were sitting in this meeting. I got to tell you, this stuff is really cool. Our kids are so lucky. These all align with our science standard, our Nevada content standards, and I really hope that you'll visit their website because there's some cool stuff on there. And they're in our schools with our kids, playing with our kids. Thank you.
All right, I got a blockbuster board report coming at you. So for the past couple years that I've been a trustee, we have people come in this time of year and say, does anyone ever recognize Constitution Day in our schools? So when my 2nd grader came home with all of this work celebrating happy birthday, the U.S. Constitution, I just wanted to share this. And so one of the things he wrote, because the students all wrote in their own words, he said, "We the people, we live in the USA. We want to make laws to be sure we have peace. We have military to protect us. We want people to be healthy. We want freedom. That's why we wrote the Constitution." Heck yes, that's why. And that is why I serve, and that is why many of us serve. And so I just want everyone to know that our students are learning about the U.S. Constitution. Absolutely. I also attended the Meet Your Trustee event, and that was hosted by the Washoe Education Association along with Trustees Westlake, Rodriguez, and Mayberry. wonderful opportunity to meet with our educators, to really talk with them, and I love that opportunity to have that one-on-one time. I was an invited guest at the GSR in Murillo Gaming for the big announcement they had with UNR, which is really going to transform our community, and I'd like to publicly applaud them for the investment that they're making in our area. I also visited Swope Middle School, Mount Rose K-8 Academy, Jesse Beck, and Roy Gaum Elementary. And my next show and tell, JJ, it's time for the picture. I attended the Echo Loader Elementary School Heroes event, which is put on each year by teacher Tanya Coleman. She's done this for years. And Miss Stacy Stochis, her third grade class, we had heroes from all across our community, first responders, public servants, and Miss Stochis' class included our leadership team. And this is what they wrote. And this is something we should focus on. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. This is why I am so proud to do this work, and I'm proud to do this work for the Washoe County School District. The picture that you see up here, I of course was there as a trustee. I was so glad to be there with colleagues also representing their own organizations, so Truckee Meadow Fire, and then also our state fire marshal division. I'm going to finish with cookies. So I want everyone here to know that these are the world famous Jesse Beck Elementary School Scarecrow Festival almond butter cookies. These have been baked for decades as part of the Scarecrow Festival. They are almond butter cookies, and grandparents, parents, children, generations of our community have eaten these cookies. It is Scarecrow Festival time at Jesse Beck, and these are straight from a kitchen from a Jesse Beck mom today. You're all getting and I'm serious, you're all getting cookies. And JJ, you get the cookies too. All right, I know we're passing along the cookies, and now we're going to do our board report. Superintendent report. Thank you.
I'm not sure I want to follow the Oprah of trustees. You get a cookie, and you get a cookie, and you get a cookie. Thank you, President Smith. I will keep this very brief because I know that we are over time. I'm going to start on a serious note. I know that Dr. Parks and his team are preparing resources for teachers and staff to use in schools to address the war that broke out this weekend between Israel and Hamas. I know that we have, these are difficult subjects, and we want to make sure that we equip our teachers with resources and tools to have those conversations should they come up with students. And obviously, we're thinking about all who are impacted both here and abroad by that conflict. I also just want to publicly thank Chairwoman Alexis Hill. I presented on our strategic plan at the Washoe County Commissioners meeting today and appreciated that opportunity. And I just want to say that she highlighted how much the commission appreciates the strong partnership that they have with the school district. And of course, I know we echo that. So thank you to them. And given the time, I'm going to end it there.
All right, thanks everyone. That closes out section 4. Move on to section 5, our public comment. JJ?
Nichelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull. Welcome.
Hi. Nichelle Hull with Wake Up Washoe County. I wanted to comment also and circle back on the Channel 2 piece regarding theft at Raley's and Galena High. I appreciated Elizabeth Smith's comments directed at parents, because for sure parents need to have that number one influence on the morality of their kiddos, and so that's huge, and I totally applaud that sentiment. But yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of different eyewitness reports of theft, and so that was sort of an unbalanced piece, clearly. But there were a lot of really good points today regarding these strategies for success. And it seems like if you have, those examples in the school district, like Alex Maxwell, the chief, I think was her title, that's a great thing to spread far and wide. I don't see why one strategy couldn't be taking a winning school like that that woman, and she could be put in charge of many of these other schools that have issues. That seems like a very plain to see strategy that one could do. And you know, when you guys jump Trustee Jeff Church's neck because he says the comment that, hey, you know, we got 2-star schools over here, you know, we're 50th. That just is such a head scratcher for some of us in the back, because isn't it your role to be like looking at the obvious and just, you know, recognizing that and working on solutions for that, instead of putting down your peer for stating the obvious? You know, that seems kind of counterproductive to me. But I did want to mention the rest of my comments toward a series of laws that just got passed in California that I hope to God won't come here. And I would love to see these board members all go on the record with a statement about these laws. There's 8 from the Assembly and 4 from the Senate in California, and they mostly have to do with education. And a lot of them have to do with penalizing school boards if they don't support training teachers in gender ideology, things of that nature. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff that was passed regarding that type of thing. And I know about 3 months ago, Elizabeth and Miss Elizabeth and Miss Susan, right after the flag salute, did their own pledge to gender ideology and the great value of LGBTQ.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. We appreciate it. JJ, who's our next speaker?
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Hi, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon. Roger Edwards for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County. I am so pleased that we finally have excellence in education on the agenda after all the years that I've been standing up here waving your agendas at you saying there's no quality of education on here. You finally did it. And go for it. Looks like you're going for it full steam. I'm so happy. I would, of course, rather have been able to say that in the public comment section first thing on the agenda. We finally talked the county commission into getting their agendas straight. Not everybody's fortunate like I am to be retired from the military and able to sit around here for 5 or 6 hours, but even I stove up, so I'd like to have public comment put back in at the beginning of the agenda. And like I always say when I get up here, it's all about focus, and you need to focus. You guys, like I keep saying, you're in the alligator swamp, and I know you got to drain the swamp, and that's your focus. And it's tough when you got all this stuff to deal with, and you just can't. Your meeting can't just be on quality of education. I totally understand that. But you know, Trustee Church has put out ratings by your own state board that are, and I understand that school safety and, you know, your absenteeism is you can't teach anything if the students aren't there. And you know, you talk about dragons that need to be slain. There's one that needs to be slain. You got to get the butts back in the seats. And it's not easy, I understand. And you know, when you're dealing with the 40% non-English speaking folks, it's really tough. But come on, focus, 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 please. Find a way to focus on the important things. Absenteeism, safety and security in schools. You know, all the reports, all the conflicts in the schools need to be in a report and need to be made clear so everybody can see them. Quit hiding this stuff. You need to put back in grade repetition. They're not, damaged for life if they're held back a grade because they can't pass the curriculum. And you can't do any of that with a 4-hour and 45-minute school day. Come on, put the back in, put back to 3 o'clock, 3:30 or something. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gary Schmidt.
Hi, Mr. Schmidt. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening. For the record, Gary Schmidt, and I'd like my comments to be recorded in the minutes in detail under the open meeting law. A little bit of background. I've resided in this county. Actually, I'm in Story County now, but I spent half a century in Washoe County. I've been attending public meetings here for a half a century. My background is I have a degree in economics from San Jose State University, minors in real estate and computer sciences. I'm self-taught expert in the open meeting law and the public records law. I commonly lecture professional organizations, including the National Association of Parliamentarians and local partisan and nonpartisan political groups. I certainly support what Washoe County did today and adding back the early public comments. I think we have a group of us are lobbying for legislation to require the public comments on both ends of the meeting and on all action items. And we're going to use the abuses in this body as part of our campaign with the legislature, because you aggravate the hell out of people and you're known as the most abusive public body in the general area in the way you treat public commenters. And Trustee Westlake, I agree with you that you don't operate in a vacuum here. The school board, the same problems are in the general community, in the state, and throughout the nation. And I have just 3 words for that. Let's go, Brandon. Now, as far as your agenda here, I don't have time to go over it all, but you need to attend, and your council especially need to attend some of my lectures, because this agenda is a dismal failure. There's a variety of technical violations, and it certainly is abusive. I'll mention just a couple. When you you identify the rules for your public comments, you bury it in the middle of the agenda, should be in the beginning of the agenda. You put your rules where your decorum after the of the agenda. It's meaningless. It needs to be in the front part of the agenda. And when your consent agenda items requires a 3-minute public comments on each item on the consent agenda. You cannot group them
Thank you
together
very much,
and call
Mr.
it one
Smith. We
agenda.
appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Well, thank you all very much. That closes item 5.01. We very much appreciate everyone's comments. And now we will move on to item 5.02. This is the announcement of our next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. That'll be October 24th, 2023. And then 5.03, 6:22 p.m. We'll call this a recess. Thanks, everyone.